Recording in progress.
Welcome, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Land Use Committee. I'm Andrea Kelly. I'm the chair. With us tonight, we have members in the council chamber of the Land Use Committee. From Ward 1, we have Vice Chair Allison Leary. From Ward 2, Councillor Tariq Lucas. I'm from Ward 3. Councillor Randy Block from Ward 4. Councillor Julie Irish from Ward 5. And Councillor Stephen Farrell from Ward 8. On Zoom, we have Councillor Sean Roach from Ward 6. And as other councillors may come, I will welcome and introduce them. Of the committee. I was introducing the committee members. I will announce other non-committee members at some point later too. We have some key staff members with us tonight. We have 2 members of the clerk. Our new Land Use Committee clerk is Curtis Bucher, and our head clerk is also here for the night. Drew Willison, yay. We have some planning department members, always helpful, Zach Melcher, Sandria Berman, Katie Wewell, that I see. We also have Jonah Temple from the law department, and again, if I see other city staff come in, or if our clerk lets me know he sees somebody that I haven't seen, I will announce them so you all know who it is. We have several items tonight. It could possibly be a late night. I see there are some people in the chamber too. I think it has been pointed out to you that tonight we have a sign-up sheet, so if you want to speak on a particular project for public testimony, there's a sign-up sheet. You can put your name and address and what project you want to speak on down for that. Everybody will have 3 minutes during the public hearing time. We'll have a timer on the screen that will help count you down to 3 minutes. And we're going to have closed captioning too for people who have an easier time reading something than hearing everything. I think that's it for introductions. We're going to get started. Our first item is number 94-26. Which is a request to exceed FAR at 11 Richfield Road, and this petitioner has requested to withdraw without prejudice, so we will just vote on that, and we don't need to have conversation. Councillor Lucas?
I move that we accept their withdrawal without prejudice.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Councillor Block?
Yes, I'd just like to say that this was the matter where there was a disagreement regarding the size of the parcel that was before us. And planning has told us many times that they rely on the stamped reports from architects, and I guess that's what we have here, but this question needs to be resolved before they come back, whatever the circumstances of their withdrawal.
If they come back.
If they come back, and
in the
yes.
future on any other project to align those two ways of assessing. Thank you.
Would be helpful, yes, thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Buck. Any other comments about accepting the motion which has been made, which is to approve this request to withdraw without prejudice? And if not, we're just going to do a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Is anyone opposed or abstaining? Thank you. Mr. Z, your request to withdraw has been approved. The second item we have is number 130-26, a request to allow 3 stories to exceed height and associated parking waivers at 1100-1102 Beacon Street. On all of the items tonight, we're actually first going to hear an update and kind of summary review by the planning department, and then we will hear from the petitioner, and then we'll hear from the public. So on this one, Ms. Berman, I think this is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, bear with me as I pull this up. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my screen successfully. All right.
Yes.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much for your patience. So we have here petition 130-26, which is a special permit site plan approval to construct 4 live-work units in a single townhouse-style residential building. The public hearing on this petition was technically opened on April 14th of 2026, and it's been continued to this meeting. We have here an aerial map of the site. The subject property is an undersized and irregular shaped 5,331 square foot lot that's located in a Business 2 district near the Four Corners intersection. The property is currently improved with a 2-story commercial building that's constructed in 1945, though it presents as a 1-story building from Beacon Street. The surrounding neighborhood includes a Business 1 and 2 districts, as well as a multi-residence 1 and 3 districts, and properties in these districts are variable in height and size and consist of mixed residential and commercial uses. Direct abutting properties consist of 2- and 3-story business and residential uses, including multi-unit condominiums to the north and west, and commercial uses to the north, east, and west. In terms of the zoning relief requested, the petition is seeking dimensional relief pertaining to the height and number of stories and a waiver for the required number of parking stalls per unit. Just to bear in mind in terms of the voting thresholds, the relief for stories and height does require a standard 2/3 supermajority vote. The relief, however, for the parking stall requirements requires a simple majority vote. That being said, a vote in favor of this petition in its entirety would still require that 2/3 supermajority vote. In terms of the live-work definition, the definition of a live-work residential use is undefined in the Newton zoning ordinance per section 6.2.11, but it is an allowed by right use in a Business 2 district per section 4.4.1. The Planning Department does defer to the Commissioner of Inspectional Services to render a decision as to whether a project may be considered a live-work use. For the purposes of this petition, the Inspectional Services Department will require that occupants apply for and maintain a business certificate from the city clerk, and the petitioner is proposing a live-work use for the site. Whoops, go back there, sorry. With an office space on the ground floor level that's accessible by an outside entrance and residential living space above. In terms of some considerations for the proposed live-work use, the definition of a home business can be found under section 6.7.3 of the Newton zoning ordinance, and this outlines types of allowed and prohibited businesses in residential districts. This section can serve as a resource to the committee in determining some parameters for the live-work use subject to this petition for a special permit in a Business 2 district, absence a codified definition in the ordinance. And some of those considerations to think of, the types of businesses allowed or prohibited, the number of clients that can be served on the site at any given time, if any, the number of employees, requirements for business hours, window or landscape screening, parking requirements, and any prohibited uses such as subleases or third-party agreements. Criteria to consider when reviewing the special permit request: that the specific site is an appropriate location for the proposed 4-unit building with 3 stories and a maximum height of 35.4 feet as designed, that the proposed 4-unit building as developed and operated will not adversely affect the neighborhood, that there will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, that access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved, and finally, that literal compliance with the parking stall requirements in the ordinance is impracticable due to the nature of the use or the location, size, width, depth, shape, or grade of the lot, or that such exceptions would be in the public interest or in the interest of the safety or protection of environmental features. In terms of some of our planning's comments, the proposed live-work residential use does provide a unique housing opportunity that is appropriate for the site and the neighborhood, which includes a variety of districts, building sizes, and uses within the Four Corners neighborhood. The proposed 4-unit residential use will not adversely affect the neighborhood as the project meets the dimensional setbacks of the lot while creating additional housing that is close to public transit and other amenities. The proposed project complies with lot area per unit. The requested relief to allow 3 stories and up to 36 feet in height will be in conformance with abutting properties. The site plan does note that pervious materials are proposed for the driveway and walkway. And finally, the Four Corners location provides nearby access to public transportation, amenities, and multimodal transportation infrastructure, making it a preferred location for a live-work residential development per the city's comprehensive plan. And that concludes the planning presentation. I will turn my screen back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Berman. Before we hear from the petitioner, I would just like to let you know that we've been joined in person in the chamber by Councillor Sean Roach, who was on Zoom before, and we also have two other councillors not on the committee but who are on Zoom. We have President John Oliver, and we have Councillor Julia Maliki, both with us now. Now we can hear from the petitioner on this. Mr. Callahan, is that going to be you? You should be able to unmute and share your screen if you have a screen to share. You are still muted, though. There you go.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name's John Callahan with Bostex Builders and Construction Management. And I'm the applicant and consultant for the petitioner, the developer, Woodland Peak Development. And we're joined by Ernie Fatera of Woodland Peak Development, and our architect, John Downey, is with us. And just for a little bit of background on the property, I've been involved in the property since 2020, when my friend and neighbor, their parents, owned one-stop dry cleaners, and they were looking to retire. And they asked me to look into some development options for the property while they, in parallel, looked at, marketing the property as existing retail, as it has been. And a note after, 4 years of marketing, they got no legitimate offers as a standalone retail. And John Downey and I, the architect, put together multiple options of design and budget for adaptive reuse of the existing building, and tried to keep some retail on the bottom and build some residential units above. But due to the small size of the property and the orientation of it, to the setbacks, we were unable to make that pencil out. So we brought in Ernie Fatera of Woodland Peak Development, who was an experienced developer with these types of projects. Ernie looked at it as an all residential development, and we were able to make it, pencil out financially. But because of the height, would have required a variance on the height because of the existing building being so close to the east setback. So that concept wasn't doable. So we're before the committee last fall with a new concept, new construction for townhouses. And we had positive feedback from the neighbors. We had positive feedback from the committee members. But there were some committee members who were concerned that there wasn't a retail component remaining on the property. So we considered that feedback. We withdrew our application late last year, fourth quarter, without prejudice. And we've modified our design again, and we're back before the committee with a new concept we believe is the most appropriate and community responsive use of the property. And John Downey, our architect, is going to kind of walk through that new design concept.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Callahan. Mr. Downey.
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members. Again, my name is John Downey, and I will quickly walk you through what the project looks like today.
Mr. Downey, it was a little hard for us to find you because on your Zoom name, you only have your first name, but I'm glad we got to you and you're able to share your screen and speak. If you want to change your name so that you're listed as John Downey, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. And I have it open. Let me just, no. Can people see what I'm showing right now?
No, not yet.
Oh, what is going on? Oh, there it is.
Ah, something is coming. There we go.
No. Okay,
if
sorry about that.
If you can make that a little bigger, it would be easier for people to see. Thank you.
This is the site plan and first floor plan. The basics of the proposal is 4 3-story townhouse units. As you can see, the 4 are laid out starting from Beacon Street on the right down to the back of the property. And the first 3 units, units A through C, are they're 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath, about 1,492 square feet with a 275 square foot roof deck on the top and a small deck on the second floor. So that's the first floor plan. This can you see my cursor?
Yes, thank you. We can. Glad
Okay,
you're using it.
Great, super. So each unit has a workspace on the first floor with an entry that goes directly out towards the east. The unit entries are along the west side. And then if you go to the next level is the sort of public space of the unit. So there's the small deck, kitchen, dining, and living room. And then on the 3rd floor are 2 bedrooms and a bath. And then at the roof level, each unit has a roof deck. So the buildings, each unit is just under 1,500 square feet, the first 3. The last one, which has a little bit more space along the back, is about 1,700 square feet, 1,734 to be exact. And then the view from Beacon Street is this elevation that I'm showing, and then the unit entries are marked with that gable. All of the parking is screened from Beacon and from each other. And there's one parking space planned for 1 parking space for each unit plus 1 visitor space. Then the side elevations, this is the side facing the gas station or east. And each of these units is marked with a sawtooth roof, and then the partitions for the roof decks. And then we have we're planning on storefront at the workspace facing east. And on the west side, as you walk down the path between the building and the edge of the property, each of the units has an entry with a small porch over it. And then I don't know how much we want to get into the engineering, but we have some engineering for water control, for runoff. And then we also did this study of being able to get into the parking spaces. So all the parking spaces work. All the parking spaces are the size that Newton requires, the 9 by 19 feet. And we have some renderings. This is from Beacon Street, or both are from Beacon Street, one showing the west side of the property and the other showing the east side. And that's the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, thanks. We may. Is Mr. Fitera going to do a presentation too, or is that it for the petitioner for now? Mr. Callahan, you can probably answer that.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, Ernie doesn't have a presentation piece, but as we get into, I guess, some of the conditions for the live work, Ernie was going to discuss that.
Okay.
So if that comes up, Ernie will talk about that.
So he's here just to answer questions, not to do like a presentation on the live workspace?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Um, We are going to open the public hearing on this, and for those of you who walked in a little later, there is a sign-up sheet on that podium. If you're here to talk about the 1100 Beacon Street project, you might want to come up and sign up for that. And if you're all here for a different project, you can just stay in your seats for now. Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak to this project before we take it into the committee for questions and comments? I don't see any hands, but if you're there and it occurs to you later, raise your virtual hand or we'll come to you. Let's take this into the committee now. Committee members, questions on this project? Councillor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this project is a significant improvement over the last time you were here. Was happy to hear that you had taken some feedback regarding the issue with no commercial opportunities. And I do really like the idea of this workspace. My question is, do those spaces have to be commercial office space? And I have some questions on terms of what type of business would be in there. I understand that we can, discuss some limitations, prohibited uses, or, in some ways do some regulation around it. But it is sort of an unknown for me. This is kind of a new concept. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what you think will go in there. Is there businesses you're specifically looking to attract? And again, are they required to be only commercial space so they can't be turned into a bedroom or a living room or a playroom or anything like that? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Leary. I think we're probably going to need to have quite a conversation about what we intend for the work part of this. Before we take, I do see some other councillors' hands up, but we now do see that a member of the public has raised her hand. Meg Connor, are you wanting to speak on this Beacon Street project?
Yeah, I was just curious where the extra parking is going to be for the guests or the visitors. There's a carport for each unit, but where do the extra people park?
Mr. Downey, do you want to pull that back up?
Yes, I can answer that. These are the individual carports for each of the separate units, and then right adjacent to the last unit is a small, or not a small, is a regular sized parking space.
So there's only one extra parking space for the whole 4 units?
Correct.
Huh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connor. Okay, let's come back to the committee. Again, if there are members of the public who do have questions, I will definitely try and get to you. Are you all set, Councillor O'Leary? Totally? Okay. Next we'll go to Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. So this project was here last term, and at both public hearings, I said I wanted to see mixed use at this site, and I'm a little disappointed that we're not seeing mixed use for this current petition. But I do have a question for planning regarding this live-work space or project that's in front of us. And that is, if this was a 2-story building without a parking waiver, could they develop that live-work development here, use, by right?
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. If I'm understanding your question correctly, the live-work use is an allowable use by right. And for that reason, I believe they would be able to develop it as at the 2 stories, which is also allowed by right in a BU2 district. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and assuming there's no parking waiver, they could just submit their plans and they're off to the races, right?
Correct. Technically, live work is a residential use. So I would just want to confirm the parking requirements for that. If there were parking for those units, that would still require relief, or they would still need to meet the parking requirements for the residences.
Looking at the zoning use
Yeah,
table, it is it's in the business use.
BU2.
Yes, it's a business use, not a residential use.
correct. But I believe that parking requirements apply. There are no parking requirements for commercial uses in a business district. But I'm curious if that applies to residential use.
I don't believe so, but that's something worth looking
Okay.
into
Absolutely.
as we go forward. So my other things with this special permit is, how is the live work space, assuming it's on the first floor, how is that going to be enforced? The reason why I asked that is because I put an email into the commissioner of ISD a month ago, and he wrote me an email, and he said at the end of the email, the biggest problem with this use is that it's not defined in zoning, and it is virtually impossible to enforce after the first owner. So basically what he's saying, if this project is approved and someone moves in and then someone moves out, there is no way for the city to enforce any condition we impose on this, and it's virtually impossible. So as we move forward, I would like to hear more about how is this actually going to be enforced. The other question I have with this is the architectural plans that are in NewGov. I was looking at the plans from last term and the current plans, and they're basically the same, with the exception of the first floor, which I'm looking at them right now on my desk. The first floor is changed slightly. The difference is that there is a wall and a corresponding door for that wall on the first floor that has been removed. But other than that, it's the same first floor layout, and it's only 146 square feet. So I don't know what type of business is going to go in there, or is it a home business? I would need to know more before we cast a vote on this. The other thing is that there is still a full bathroom on the first floor. And if that's going to be the workspace, because it says it right here, work 146 square feet, why is there a full bathroom on the first floor? Again, it's supposed to be workspace. If it was a half bathroom, no problem. But a full bathroom on the first floor when it's workspace, I don't know, that doesn't make much sense. And then, if this project is approved as presented, what could stop a tenant from adding back that wall and door to the first floor? Because that would essentially match the plans that were withdrawn last year. So basically, there's still plenty of work to do on this petition. I have, more questions than answers, and they need to be addressed before we hold another public hearing. But basically, I want to know, how is this going to be enforced, and what businesses are going in to this development on the first floor? Because it's live workspace, not live space. So that's all I have for now, Chair. Oh, wait, I have one more thing, sorry. The architectural plans are dated January 6, 2026 in the draft council order that was in our packet. But the first floor plans are dated January 5th, not January 6th. And I hope, if this gets approved and registered at the Registry of Deeds, that this is updated. I see you have it on the screen there. If you could zoom in, sir. January 5th. The council order says January 6th. So that needs to be updated. Those are my comments for right now, Chair. I'm all set.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. I think before we move on to the next councillor, I wonder if Mr. Downey would like to address the question about the full bathroom in the first floor workspace. And then I have a question also for Jonah Temple about the enforcement of this. But let's hear first from Mr. Downey about the bathroom.
Yes, well, we're trying to keep this as flexible as we can for a workspace. There in the list of workspaces that is in zoning for home businesses, they include some things that would an artist, for instance, trying to see if there's something else in here that manicurists. There are going to be people who could use these units with the workspace on the first floor, but who would require a shower. Say a potter, for instance, or a painter, somebody who would create some mess and would want a shower in that situation.
That's the answer that's been given to that question. I do want to keep things moving because we've gotten a big agenda tonight. Mr. Temple, can you talk to Councilor Lucas's concern that, and Commissioner Ciccarelli's, that there could be no enforcement when a unit turns over with a new owner or tenant? Is that true, or is there a way that we could put a condition in here that would have to apply for every subsequent inhabitant? Does he have the ability to unmute himself, Curtis? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. My apologies and sorry for not being on screen. I'm just finishing up a soccer practice pickup. So there are obviously going to be some enforcement issues here, but I think most of them can be addressed through conditions. For instance, we could have a condition that requires an annual certificate be filed with inspectional services noting the occupants. We can require notice if there's ever a change in occupancy or a change in ownership. We could also look at doing some type of annual inspection by ISD as well. So I think there's ways to get at the enforcement piece.
Thank you. That's what I thought. So that's a little bit different than what the ISD commissioner said to Councilor Lucas. Okay, let's go on. Councilor Roach.
On the last point, thank you, by the way. On the last point, we had an interesting conversation in zoning and planning last night. In the research I've done since, become convinced, like Mr. Temple just described, that this could be enforced. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to go back to first principles and then maybe give clarity to the petitioner on the why of the commercial space or the desire for commercial space. So I was at the meeting last winter, obviously not as a counselor, in the discussion about the need for a commercial space. And as I understood that, that was in the vein of a very understandable concern that we maintain our commercial tax base. As the petitioner has said repeatedly, both today and previously, they have been unsuccessful in maintaining this as a pure commercial space. There's nobody interested in buying it. There's nobody interested in renting it, in developing it as commercial space. I understand that, and I think that the better way to think about this, or a different way of thinking about this, might be in terms of the productivity of the space and its contribution to the commercial area nearby. So if you think about this strip from the corner of Walnut Street and Beacon, where the gas station is, down past the strip mall that it has the Dunkin' Donuts, conveniently at the other end, there's another commercial space, which used to be a cleaner as well, which is also vacant, but has been since improved and is seeking a commercial tenant. And the way I think about this is, what do we do to make this space as commercially productive as possible, given that there is more vacancy, than we'd like. And I think that the original proposal, geez, I am so sorry about this. The original proposal of the 4 residential units would have contributed to the productivity of the commercial area. And I think about this in two dimensions. The first dimension is adding residential, then adds additional foot traffic, clientele, et cetera, for the existing commercial and potentially new commercial to the west, and then also to the east and the north. The other thing is this property currently has an assessed value of about $850,000. So even at a lower residential tax rate, 4 residential units would give off significantly more tax revenue than would the commercial space. So while generally speaking, I think we do want to maintain and preserve commercial space for tax revenue purposes, this may be an exception. So in those 2 dimensions, if we go back to first principles, I'm not sure that requiring commercial space at this location makes entire sense. Okay, so that said, if we want to have commercial space here, I think we should give better guidance to the petitioner. Maybe 1 work unit, which presents more as mixed use, 1 live-work unit, and then 3 residential might make some sense. So doing something that's other than this 4 live-work may make some more sense. But we should be giving clear guidance. Do we want this because we want the appearance of commercial and maintaining the commercial character, or are we looking for the tax revenue from commercial? That said, I'm not sure that we should be limiting these, as I heard earlier, to the kinds of commercial uses that we find in a residential neighborhood. This is a commercial neighborhood, a commercial district, so any uses that are allowed in the BU ought to be allowed on the first floor of these work-live units. And lastly, I am super not concerned about the height here. The residential abutters are all significantly higher, and so I think that even at 3 floors, the homes above it to the south will be significantly higher. Obviously, the Beacon, the new apartment building, would be higher, and then the other abutter next door is the gas station with another commercial space in between. So I'm supportive of this as 4 residential units. I'm supportive of some sort of mixed use here. But if we're going to require mixed use, I think we have to be really clear about why and what we're expecting, either a commercial character or a commercial tax revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Roach. Whenever we get to writing conditions on this, it will be up to us to try and define what that live space, that live and work space is about. Is it commercial? Is it typical business? That's where we get to say what we want to say about that. Councilor Block.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about parking for a few minutes. So I gather there's 1 parking stall for visitors / customers. Doesn't strike me as serious. I'd like some feedback from planning, from anybody, regarding how viable it is to have some kind of work activity with some foot traffic, some number of customers, some of whom will drive here, and there's no parking on Beacon Street, so we don't have that as an outlet. How is this in practice going to work? Could somebody just address that?
Do you want to ask any more questions before we try and grab some answers to that? Or is that the nature of your question?
Well, that's the nature of this question.
Okay, so
I-
let's
I-
try and
I-
get some answers. You still have more questions?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor. You mentioned that you would like to hear from planning, and before we do that, I think this is a nice opportunity for Ernie Futera, who was here to talk about the live-work balance, to say, to address that question and to say what other else you might like to tell us about that. Mr. Futera?
Thank you very much. Yes. So, um, I've had to get up to speed as well a little bit on the live workspace, and while there's no single definition for a live workspace in the U.S. or Massachusetts, there are some typical characteristics. And from a zoning perspective, live work is a specialized hybrid mixed use commercial and residential dwelling space, and allows for things like employees, um, unlike a standalone home office, also allow, and that's legally permitted. And um, it's a use that is in 30 plus towns in Massachusetts, including Newton. For our project here at 1100 Beacon Street, I was modeling potentially business use activities that are borrowed in some ways from the home office, but here in a business and commercial environment, a little bit more commercial-ish. And so a lot of business activities for this project would be any commercial activity conducted within a dwelling unit by the residents thereof as a accessory use of the residential use of the dwelling unit. The term workspace within the 1100 Beacon Street live work dwelling shall include um, home businesses, but not limited to the following: studio for an artist, musician, photographer, or writer, small group or individual instruction and tutoring, um, tailoring to the extent that it still happens, crafts, word processing, computer software development, um, sales, um, real estate agent, an office of a manufacturing representative with it, what's basically within sales, an office for a physician, dentist, lawyer, architect like John Downey, registered engineer, accountant, um, social worker, and other professionals. The term workspace shall not include the following: clothing rental businesses, a barber shop, hairdresser or manicurist, a restaurant, repair shop, whether small appliances or otherwise, an orchestra or instrumental music group, antique shop, no sales of merchandise, whether retail or wholesale, would take place on premise, animal hospital, or other similar businesses. And then in terms of standards for this space, it would be in each single workspace, one single workspace per unit. It would be permitted. Um, the workspace would be clearly identified and separate from the dwelling space, which in our case includes even signage out front. Um, and the business could have up to one employee. Uh, in addition to that, uh, there would be no storage of merchandise allowed on location. There should be no um, signage that's larger than 2 square feet. There would be no retail or wholesale of merchandise on premise. The workspace shall not include noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odors, um, electrical interferences, and lastly, the residents of the unit must file and maintain a business certificate with the city clerk prior to the issuance of the CO. And to some earlier points, we're perfectly open to having it be something that's validated each year, that's in some sort of deed restriction, so that when the deed is passed along to the next person, they know that this is a condition the of the unit and not just passed along as a regular townhouse. And uh, let's see here. Maybe I can address a couple of the questions that were mentioned
Well,
earlier.
specifically, Counselor Block raised the question of parking. With only that one shared space for 4 potential work units, and you just mentioned in your very long list, which actually might have been very helpful for us to take a look at ahead of time, inclusions and exclusions. You mentioned that each one may have an employee, which raises the parking issue again for us. So perhaps you could talk about that briefly, please.
Certainly. Yeah. So most of these businesses are really people that don't have an employee. If we think about these types of small businesses, an accountant, an architect, John Downey doesn't have an employee. He's a single proprietor, solo entrepreneur, and there's many like that. This is a small development. It's 4 units. We feel we can fairly easily find 4 occupants that either already live in Newton or would like to move to Newton, that would provide them the ability to work and live. These types of businesses don't require many on-site visits. It generally would be by appointment, and we can maintain a digital calendar where each of the 4 businesses would have to book the spot for that parking, so that there aren't double, triple booked appointments. And there would just be another condition, and some people might like that and some may not. And those that don't would not be interested in buying, but there would be some people that would be interested in buying, and where this would be a great opportunity for them.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Berman, do you have anything to add to this, particularly regarding parking for the workspaces in terms of customers, clients, walk-ins, staff? What's the planning department's take on that?
Well, I think it is important to note that the petitioner is seeking relief for the number of required parking stalls. 8 are required. They're proposing here 5. There is that one singular visitor parking spot, but as the petitioner said, if there is a shared calendar, this could be something that could possibly be conditioned in a special permit if the types of home businesses are going to be limited to businesses that don't have additional employees or don't see clients out of the office. Those are options, but ultimately that is something that is being requested as an item of relief. So it is something to consider for this specific project.
Yeah, I think that's why it was raised by Councillor Block and others of us. Councillor Block, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I noted the comment of no storage of merchandise. So the artist example that I think Mr. Downey, but for the petitioner, how do you reconcile, if there's an artist without allowing the storage of merchandise? How would that work?
Good question. And for clarification, Councilor Block, in the interest of time, I skipped over part of that comment, which is no merchandise unless it pertains to the direct business. So an artist could have artwork that's merchandise, but we wouldn't be looking to allow someone to buy artwork and then sell it from there, or buy sweaters or other merchandise and turn it into a retail outlet.
Okay. lot of conditions, a lot of sort of theories about how this might work, and I think that if we are going to approve something like this, we've got to get very clear on the conditions. Um, um, I think we ought to be as specific as possible regarding the businesses that will be allowed here, not just examples. Um,
Counselor Block,
yeah,
that what I read, and given that it's recorded and there's AI translation, transcription rather, those uses can verbatimly be the ones that can be used in an approval and conditions.
okay, well, we need to sort of reflect on that list and see how we think about it. Um, it just feels. I'm still trying to reconcile the difference between a home office and this proposal, a a live work space, and how different are they? I mean, we don't have a specific definition of live work, and apropos of Councilor Roach's reference to yesterday's meeting with the Zoning and Planning Committee, people were talking about work live and live work as maybe different categories, and they have to grapple with that. And I think they held that item, and they'll get back to that. And maybe planning is intending on supporting that discussion. And it does feel awkward at the very least that we don't have a working definition of live work. And if this is work live, and we want to emphasize that, then how do we translate that into conditions? And I think the petitioner and planning and legal should think about that. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Block. We've been joined in the chamber by Councillor Brian Golden from Ward 7. Next up, we have Councillor Farrell, followed by Roach again, unless somebody who hasn't spoken yet. Leary, we'll go to Leary and they'll come back to you, Mr. Roach.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit, following up on Councillor Block's comments, I'm truly confused about the distinction between this setup and all those people now who are spending days working at home and setting aside rooms for their work. This space doesn't seem to me to be anything special. The people who are working there have full access to the upper floors. I do think the full bathroom is curious. I don't get it as something special and as being true commercial space, unless people who are working at home are not considered to be, or have some special distinction that doesn't allow them to be considered commercial spaces if they wanted to. And I'm also concerned about the parking, and with all due respect to the presenters, having somebody coordinate the use of that parking space. If I were any one of the 4 families in that building, I certainly would want to be responsible for that job. So there's just some basic stuff. I mean, I don't understand the distinction between the use of this small space, and we're talking what, 150 square feet. How it's distinguished from, no, I won't repeat myself. I just don't get it. Thank you.
Well, I think we're all grappling with that because we don't have a definition of this yet out of ZAP, so that's what we've got to wrangle with tonight. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to speak? And then otherwise I'll go back to Councillor Roach and Councillor Leary who have already spoken on this. Not yet? Okay. Councillor Roach, then Leary. you've already spoken too, so I'm just going to go in order. Thank you.
Councilor Leary only spoke briefly, so if you want to go to her first.
Thank you. But I have you next, so go ahead.
Okay. So I want to go back to what troubles me here, which is we have a lot which is not apparently or by evidence commercially viable. And the petitioner, I think, has made a good faith effort to address what they understand are this committee's desire to see something commercial there. But then we're saying, okay, you've tried to do something here, but now there's not enough parking. So I do think, and I'm not sure, Chair, how we do this, but I think we need to have a conversation among ourselves to say, what is it that we're looking for here beyond the residential that the developer, clearly intends to provide that would provide a public benefit, not require more parking than this very difficult lot would allow. I feel like the petitioner is kind of getting mixed messages, which is don't do residential only, for which 4 or 5 spots is probably okay. Do something commercial. They've done something commercial, and they said then there's not enough parking here. And so if we're going to critique this, I think we've got to provide some criteria that they can navigate and come back with a project that both pencils out and meets the committee's requirements. And I'll go back and say the most productive use of this site appears to be 4 residential units, which would be significantly higher in assessed value and therefore throw off much higher tax revenue. And if we're concerned about parking and we're concerned about a commercial character, then that can be accomplished by 1 unit, which would not necessarily need more parking than 2 spaces. That would give some commercial, and that would kind of split the baby, as it were. But I don't think we're continuing to critique the problem is not giving guidance to the petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Roach. And this is in your ward, so I will come back to you at some point for some kind of a motion, and maybe you have an idea about how we might address this. I just want to say, Ms. Connor, you had raised your hand once before. I'm not going to call on you again, but if you have more to say, you can certainly send us an email. Public testimony is each resident does have 1 shot at that, and I know you spoke very briefly, but send us an email if you have more to say. Just be sure to include your name and address in that so that it will count in the public record. Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some comments, but I do want to ask a little more, another question regarding. I was wondering how many business certificates have been approved in the city. So, if for this type of work at home space, do we know that?
I think that might be an ISD question, but we can ask planning what they know about this. Ms. Berman, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe business certificates are conducted or processed through the clerk's office. And so I would need to, I imagine, check with the clerk's office to get a number on that. Perhaps Mr. Brecker or Mr. Willison could answer that as well.
I have a feeling that it's going to have somebody getting back to you versus an answer on the spot. Is that correct, Mr. Bucher?
Mr. Temple's raising his hand.
Mr. Temple.
He's mute.
Sorry, I'm not able to mute myself anymore. That's a first for me.
You can just leave the staff open, Curtis. They can. You don't have to keep. They can speak throughout it, so you can just leave their mics open. Okay, I'm just letting you know. He's new.
So,
Councilor Leary, I actually misspoke when we were talking earlier this morning. So I did a little bit more of a deep dive on business certificates. And not all businesses in Newton and not all home businesses in Newton are required to file a business certificate. A business certificate is only required, it's a state law requirement, if you are operating with a business that has a name other than the legal name of the business. So it's only if you have a LLC or a corporation, but the name on your storefront is something else, then you need to register with the local city clerk. Or if you have an unincorporated business and the name of the business is something other than your personal name, then you need to file a business certificate. And you can actually go on the city clerk's website and see a full list of all of the business certificates that have been filed.
So you can look up that answer
Wow.
for yourself, apparently.
Okay.
Thank
that
you,
sounds
Mr. Temple.
Unnecessarily complicated.
Now I know that too. It's through the clerk's office, not ISD.
Just my comments about this site. I mean, this is a difficult location. It's a difficult site. It's not attractive to commercial developers, and it's been sitting there for quite a long time, vacant. Meanwhile, a large residential project went up right next door to it. So I feel like we're sort of banging our heads against the wall, wanting to save this little tiny piece of commercial space, when it doesn't seem that it would work out. And I actually like this project. I think it would be compatible to the neighborhood. It would offer benefits. We do need housing. It is in an area where people aren't so car reliant. I'm not as concerned about the parking there. And there really is nowhere else to park unless you want to walk 3 blocks to Cold Spring Park or to the library. So you're going to attract people that are not going to have, a lot of cars. It's access to transit. There's pharmacies and grocery stores right nearby and a beautiful park. I would like to see something built here, and I think this committee needs to be a little more have a little more flexibility about what we can do here, because I always like to get to yes as much as possible. There is no perfect project, and this one is particularly difficult. But I think the developer has making some effort to try to move towards the direction that we're looking at. This does give a homeowner flexibility. Now the whole idea about it is sort of like a hybrid home office. It's a type of home office, and now with Zoom meetings, you can have a whole huge conference in your home, with people not having to travel. Times have changed in the last several years. So I think we're seeing a new sort of development in the home office kind of idea, and I think we should be more open to it. I understand the concerns about what kind of business will be there, and it would be good if we had zoning and planning first working on this. But we can put conditions on it, which I think would be sufficient to limit any onerous or difficult use. We do have that power. So I would just ask that this committee look at this in a more flexible way and understand that this could stay vacant for a very, very long time, because it's not gonna move to a commercial space. We're not gonna see that. It's either all residential or some kind of hybrid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Leary. We're after 8 o'clock, and I would like us to try and make some progress on this. I don't want us or the developer to continue to spin wheels. As Councilor Leary said, I think progress has been made on this. I hate that this site has been empty for 6 years now and that we can't come to some kind of a good solution for it. I too like the idea about live workspace, but I think right now it's very vague, and we definitely would need to nail that down. Councilor Roach, do you have a motion that you would like to make on this for tonight?
I will make a motion, but before we make a motion, is there any way in our next meeting that we can have a discussion among the committee about what our commercial aims are so that we can provide some clarity for the developer? Because I still feel like I don't understand what we're asking for, and I think that makes it very difficult for the developer. So is there a mechanism that you can think of where we just talk amongst ourselves and say, from a straw perspective, here's why we want commercial?
Yes. I talked about it at our training sessions. I would like us to schedule some what I would call working sessions that used to happen. We're so busy now with public hearings that we haven't had working sessions in a few years to talk about topics like this that need to be discussed in committee. So I'll need to talk with the clerk's office and planning on how to find even a half hour, hour in one of the upcoming meetings to do a working session like that. I think that's a very good idea.
With that in mind, I would like to move hold.
We will keep the public hearing open on this.
I'd like to move to keep the public hearing open as well.
Thank you, Councilor Roach. I want to make sure there are no more hands up. All in favor of keeping the public hearing open, please just say aye. Aye. And we will take a vote. I think we can do a voice vote on a hold, don't you? Think we can, let's vote on keeping this open. I appreciate the patience that the developer has had and the attempt to try and address the different issues, and I really hope that we make some progress before you come back to us. All in favor of holding this item, please say aye. Aye. Is anyone opposed? Is anyone abstaining? That's unanimous. We have all 8 of us here. Thank you very much. And I will coordinate with the clerk and the planning department on our schedule to try and set aside an hour for us to have a substantive conversation on this so we can make some progress.
And,
Next.
Chair Kelly?
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies. I had my hand up there for a while. I don't think you saw it. I don't want to undo anything that just happened.
Well, you can't.
Well, exactly. And I'm not even going to try. So I'm going to submit some questions that I have relevant to that project to the committee and the planning department, law department, and so on and so forth, because I kind of span all of them. But I think you said it correctly. I think the trick here is how are we going to define live work for this particular property? That's got to come first, in my humble opinion.
We would welcome your questions and input, and I'm very sorry that I didn't see your hand up and I didn't see a little note from someone with better eyes than me that you had your hand up either. I apologize, President Oliver.
No worries whatsoever. Thanks so much.
Give us your thoughts, and we need to dig in more specifically on this. Okay, we are now going to move on to the next item, which is number 131-26. I think a lot of the people who are in the chamber, Mr. Morse, I'm going to go to planning first, just to let you know. And anyone who's come in since I announced this at the beginning, if you'd like to speak on this project, there's a sign-up sheet on that podium. You can put your name on it. And if you're here, just let us know if it's for this project or another one. Again, a request for a special permit to allow 16 attached single-family dwellings with associated dimensional and parking relief at 93, 103, and 0 Thurston Road. Again, as we're doing for each project tonight, we'll hear an update and a summary from the planning department, then from the petitioner, and then from the public, and then we'll take it into committee. Councilor Roach, you have a question? Do you want to set your camera up for that?
I'm setting my camera up, so if anybody wants to watch the public comment, they can pin my camera view on Zoom. So my camera view on Zoom will be pointed towards the public testimony, and if there is nobody, I will turn it off.
Great, thanks. So we'll get to that pretty soon. First, we are going to hear again from Ms. Berman from the Planning Department, summary and points on this project.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, good evening, everyone. Sandria Berman, Senior Planner for the City of Newton. I'll be presenting on Petition 131-26, which again is a special permit site plan approval to allow 16 single-family attached dwellings with associated dimensional relief and parking waivers. This petition as well was opened at the prior Land Use Committee public hearing on April 14th and continued to this date. So you'll see here from the aerial map, the petition includes 3 abutting lots, 0, 103, and 93 Thurston Road, which the petitioner proposes to combine via an A&R into one single parcel that totals 49,929 square feet. The site is located in a multi-residence 1 district just south of Boylston Street, which is Route 9, and within a half-mile of the Elliott Street Green Line T-stop. The existing lots are improved with a landscaper's office, a parking facility, and a single-family dwelling circa 1920. The surrounding neighborhood is primarily residential with single, 2, and multi-family dwellings, inclusive of a multi-building Echo Ridge Housing Authority, and also to the east, and a 6-unit condominium building to the south. Immediate abutting districts include a public use district to the west, single residence 3 district to the north, and a multi-residence 2 district to the southeast. And the topography of the site is primarily level, but with a notable grade change at the northwest corner of the site. And there are currently 3 existing curb cuts that provide access to each of the lots from Thurston Road. In terms of the zoning relief requested, this petition is seeking relief for the attached single-family residential use, dimensional relief pertaining to reduced front, side, and rear setbacks, minimum lot area per unit, and maximum lot coverage, parking relief pertaining to the parking in the front setback, parking within 5 feet of a building containing dwelling units, reduced maneuvering aisle width and driveway entrance width, and to waive the perimeter lighting and screening requirements, and then additional parking relief pertaining to the single-family attached use to allow a driveway within 10 feet of a side lot line and to allow parking within 20 feet of a side lot line. Just in terms of the voting threshold here again, the Planning Department notes that this special permit petition meets the standard for a simple majority vote pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 9 of the Zoning Act, because the proposed multifamily development, which is single-family attached dwellings are included in this for the state's definition of a multifamily, proposes to increase the housing density within a half-mile of the Green Line and includes affordable units in accordance with the city's inclusionary zoning requirements. Criteria to consider when reviewing this proposal: that the site is an appropriate location for the proposed 16 single-family attached development with reduced front, side, and rear setbacks and relief for lot coverage and lot area per unit; that the proposed development as designed will not adversely affect the neighborhood; that there will not be a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians; that access to the sites over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved; that literal compliance with the dimensional setback requirements for parking stalls and driveways, driveway entrance width, maneuvering aisle width, and the perimeter screening and lighting requirements for parking facilities over 5 stalls is impracticable due to the nature of the use or the location, size, frontage, depth, shape, or grade of the lot, or that such exceptions would be in the public interest or in the interest of safety or the protection of environmental features; that compliance with the dimensional setbacks requirements for driveways and parking stalls for single-family attached dwellings is impracticable due to the nature of the use or the location, size, frontage, depth, shape, or grade of the lot, or that these exceptions would be in the public interest or in the interest of the safety or protection of environmental features. In terms of some project updates, since the petition was opened, there is an updated architectural plan set that is prepared by MGD Design, which relabels the basement and attic areas as offices and playrooms respectively for all units. This reduces the total bedroom count from 5 to 3 bedrooms, and this will require an update to the engineering department's inflow and infiltration calculation for this project. There's also an updated proposed site plan prepared by Spruhan Engineering, and it's consisting of 3 sheets. The zoning plan in this set notes the addition of a 6th curb cut along Thurston Road to allow for the relocation of 2 parking stalls for units 12B and 16B, and the relocation of 2 parking stalls 4B and 5B outside the setback accessible by the western driveway. And finally, the petitioner also recently provided updated owner authorization forms that accurately reflect the current ownership of the lots. In terms of planning's analysis, the site is an appropriate location for the proposed single-family attached use. As once combined, the lot will be amongst the largest in the neighborhood, and it is located in a multi-residence district adjacent to public transit with a mix of different housing types and sizes. The project is compliant with stories, height, lot size, frontage, and open space. The units will be broken up into 8 separate 2.5-story buildings, which will be contextually similar in height and mass to other abutting residential structures nearby. The site density will, however, increase, requiring relief for lot area per unit, but will provide a net benefit of 3 inclusionary units and 13 market rate units, contributing to the city's goal of providing greater diversity of housing options, particularly affordable units. The project does need several items of relief, including reduced setbacks and dimensional relief for driveways and parking stalls with a total of 6 curb cuts. Planning notes that while the design breaks up the massing of both structures and paved areas, this does result in limitations on parking location, driveway width, and driveway placement options. Planning encourages the petitioner to consider design changes to bring the project closer to the by right requirements and potentially reduce the number of curb cuts. Planning has requested a turning radius plan to ensure adequate vehicular access, maneuverability, and safety, as well as a landscaping plan. Planning has also requested updates to the proposed site plan for dimensional setbacks related to parking stalls and dimensions for minimum driveway width. And finally, planning advises the petitioner that a stamped A&R plan is required for engineering review. And that concludes the planning presentation. I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. You tried to speak really fast to cover a lot of information there. President Oliver, you took your hand down. Okay, great. We'll move on to the petitioner before we hear from the public and bring it into the committee. Come up to the podium, Mr. Morris. And are we going to want Trevor to have access to sharing his screen? I just need to let the clerk know to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I apologize, I seem to have lost my voice somewhat because of allergies for the first time in my life. Where do we start? There's at least 5 members of this committee that, apart from the 3 members with most seniority on this committee, there are members who have yet, I think, to hear an argument that I have made about attached dwellings for a long time. Yes, there are attached dwellings. It's important to note that attached dwellings are, in fact, single-family attached dwellings. They go back to 1965 in the zoning ordinance. And the dimensional controls for attached dwellings back then was quite different than it is now. And the building model, the development model for attached dwellings were more like row houses. One example is, if you look it up, and you can look it up because I still have my 1973 zoning ordinance from long ago, the FAR allowed in attached dwellings was 0.75, if you can believe it. But the module there was a provision in there that said you had to have at least 4 in a row and you couldn't have more than 8 in a row. Clearly they were emulating so-called row houses. Over time, the ordinance has been amended to break that module down from 4 and 8 until ultimately, then you had to have at least 3. And now you know, because you see them, you can even have 2 and 1. Why do I mention this? It's because these developments, the important element in these developments is about the spatial relationship between the buildings and the land on which they sit. And this particular lot, as you will see, has a number of physical characteristics that are quite unique. So now we have, and the reason why the building module for attached dwellings was broken down from the original 8 in a row or 4 in a row down to 2 is because it's recognized that a project consisting of 2-unit buildings, which is essentially, I know we call them 2-unit attached, and there was a big provision about how do you distinguish 2-family attached from 2-family houses, but in reality they are 2-family houses. And that is the kind of building type you would want to see in a multi-residence 1 zone. But the holdover, while that module was broken down, the 25-foot setback originated more than 50 years ago, but it always allowed for a waiver. And up until a few years back, those waivers were granted without much debate, because people recognize that they were originally conceived because those townhouse developments where all the units were grouped around the center of the development parcel, and not in the, as they broke these parcels out into smaller modules, they gradually moved out of the site closer to setbacks. And remember, the paradigm here is the setbacks for single and two-family homes. 10-foot side yard setbacks, 15 rear, and 25 in the front. And actually, in some cases, it's 30. In some cases, it's 30. And in this particular case, because one of the relief we're asking for is lot coverage. Lot coverage for single-family, two-family houses is 25%. I mean, excuse me, it's 30%. The percentage here is limited to 25% for townhouses for some reason, years ago. One of the relief that we're asking for is lot coverage of 29.6. Some of the setbacks, if you look at the setbacks, some of these modules for which relief is granted, you will see that they are not excessive in terms if you apply the single or two-family development module. So here we are asking for a number of relief from the zoning ordinance, which looks, the other thing is, we have a parking ordinance. And we have a parking ordinance that provides for designs and dimensional controls for parking facilities. And the distinction is between those that have 5 or less, or 5 or more than 5 automobiles. Clearly, that was meant to limit or regulate the design of parking lots. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen an interpretation of the zoning ordinance that basically has created the need for us to get 4 additional parking relief because they now consider parking spaces within a garage as part of a parking facility. The reason why I go into this soliloquy about the zoning ordinance is because you look at it and you say, well, all this relief you need, but in reality, if you break it down into its component parts, there are reasons to consider the waivers or grant the waivers that we are asking for. If I may, with me this evening on screen is Mr. Trevor O'Leary, who's representing MGD Plus, our architectural firm for this development. And if we could allow him to control the screen, then he and I will try to coordinate our act.
He has that power.
I'm telling you what.
You should be seeing my screen now, Terry.
This, of course, this is interesting. This is the cover sheet of our presentation materials. This is what the streetscape will look like on Thurston Road. 365 feet of frontage. And there we have duplex, two-family house, two-family house, two-family house, and then a building that's turned on its side because of the driveway. That is the face that we are presenting to the public as they go up and down Thurston Road. Second sheet, please.
Chair Kelly, we've lost the screen online, or at least I have.
I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing the presentation, that is.
On Zoom, you're not seeing?
Correct.
I'll stop sharing. I'll try again.
Maybe it's me, but
we
I
could
don't
see it
Oh,
here.
there we go. I got it.
It's up now?
Can you see
Thank you.
that, President Oliver? You're all set?
What?
Anyone else on Zoom not seeing? Raise your hand. Okay, let's proceed.
So here we have is the planning department, in its presentation, the planning department presented you with a map showing the contours of this irregularly shaped lot. No one can doubt it. The significance of that unorthodox rear lot line is because it is defined, as you will see in a later slide, it is defined by a very steep quarry outcropping of which defines the back of the site. The existing topography on Thurston Road is at least 22 feet lower than the houses that you see on White Pine Road. the 3 or 4 houses on White Pine Road, which sit atop of the rocky knoll, so to speak. Next slide, please. Again, you saw an aerial photo from the planning department presentation. We're providing an aerial photo that gives you a sense of what the site looks like. Yes, there's a significant tree outcropping along Thurston Road, which I will address subsequently. And there are a bunch of trees along the rear lot line. All of those trees, virtually all of those trees, sit atop the knoll and are located off-site. But however, they do indicate a significant screening element from the properties that would be looking down on the property. One other, next slide, please. Oh, excuse me, go back to that, Trevor, please. There was some concern about the tree line along Thurston Road, evergreen tree line. When we were out at the neighborhood meeting, there was also a question about what was going to happen to those trees. I have spoken with the client, the developer. There are approximately 11 evergreen trees along that street. 7 of those, it tells me, are to be retained, and only the 4 that are to be removed is to accommodate the driveway, some of the driveways. The ones that are removed will be replaced, not on a 1-to-1 basis, more likely on a 2-to-1 basis. But when you don't get a true picture of it, but this site is quite blighted. I mean, it's been used for commercial use for decades. If I might say, the chair has recounted that it was there when her mother was younger. But it's important to point out, because if you look at the corner where the shape of the lot narrows down at the top of the site, there's a discoloring there, and that discoloring gives you if you were out walking the site, you would think, oh, there's a big slope there, and that's the natural topography. That is not the natural topography. The pile to the left there is actually wood chips, and the pile on the other side is logs. All of those were associated with Lupien's tree service, for which this site became a stockpile. As part of this development, all of that is being removed, and the grade, the elevation of the site in that corner is to be restored closer to what the rest of the site is, which is largely flat. Again, Trevor, please. This probably gives you one of the most dynamic shots of all. This shows, looking at the ledge outcropping, as I said, it's at least 22 feet higher rises, and then once you get to the top of that ledge, the site continues to rise, which is an important consideration when we're talking about development and setbacks and so forth, sight lines. Next one, Trevor.
Yep, I just went to the next one.
Okay. This gives you a close-up of what I was trying to describe before. You can see the log pile there in proximity to and with the ledge cropping out in the back. And if you look at the top of the screen where it meets the sky, you will see, you can't picture it now, but there's one of the properties that abuts us on White Pine Road has a 6-foot solid fence around its rear yard. And that you can see the actual homes themselves rise even higher in elevation. Next, please. This gives you a more panoramic view of, as you enter the site, from the westernmost driveway. Trevor, is it possible for you to increase that so it's more visible to the public? Okay. Well, that'll have to do.
Sorry.
Yeah. Again, you have a clearer picture now of one of the houses that sits on White Pine Road, how much higher it is than the subject site, but you also have a sense in looking at the existing building, this existing residential building that is to be removed. It actually provides you with an appropriate framework of measurement of how our buildings will relate on the site and also to the properties behind us. It also shows you how the property has been quite derelict for some time, and that its use, its commercial use, has really been a detriment to the neighborhood. And we think one of the principal improvements is to basically eliminate this after with this new development. Thank you, Trevor. Again, please. This is a view. There's been much talk about the beloved pathway that connects the property of Thurston Road, or connects the rest of the neighborhood, actually, with the Thurston Road neighborhood. The first view on the left is a view from the pedestrian path looking down towards the site. The second view is standing in the path, looking across the path, and you can see, you can't make it here, but I can tell you that up in the upper right-hand corner of that right-hand slide is one of the several houses that is seated on White Pine Road. Next road. This is zoning legend. This is this tells you how we meet with or are compliant, or what we're the project compares with the requirements on the zoning ordinance. It has already been said by the planning staff. Don't need to repeat it, so we can move past that. There is a zoning analysis that you maybe find it difficult to read, but 2 parking spaces are required for each of the 16 units. The lot coverage you talked about, all of those things have already been covered. We don't need to spend any time on that. Next, Trevor, please. Proposed overall site plan. Single and 2-family houses, as I said, this is the building prototype. And it is something that basically fits with the existing neighborhood and its development as well. It's worth repeating the planning department's observation about the composition of the residential stock in the neighborhood: single, 2 families, multifamilies, and as well as senior housing and other than single-family home residential use. We already talked about the trees. Move on. Next. The architectural features. These gives you a close-up of 2 different views of the site. At this juncture, Madam Chair, I would like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Trevor O'Leary, who is better poised to describe the design that he and the firm have made for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Mr. O'Leary, we did mute you just because background noise was coming in,
yeah.
but now you can speak.
All right, I apologize about that. Little one was going to bed. All right, so Trevor O'Leary with MGD Plus. As Terry mentioned, looking at the architectural features of the project here, we've been cognizant of the location of this in its proximity to the Upper Falls Historic District. And with that, we have purposely created a design here that mimics a more traditional architectural style. With that, you'll see more peaked roofs, more traditional window styles, more traditional materials, which is going to give it a more residential feel and make it cohesive with the neighborhood. Each of these units we've adjusted so that they are 3-bedroom units. All of those bedrooms are going to be located on the 2nd floor. The upper floor will be just a playroom space in these units. Each of the units are going to be between 1,700 and 1,800 square feet. One thing to note, there's actually only one of the units that is 1,800 square feet, and that is the triplex unit, the middle unit. And the only reason that it's above the 1,800 square foot mark is because when we had to combine them, we have to include a portion of porch area because it's enclosed on 3 sides, which added about 300 square feet to this unit. All the rest of the units would be below 1,800 square feet. Each of the units are going to have a private outdoor space, consistent with the single and two-family character of this development. We have used impervious material for all the surface parking spaces, as you can see on the site plan. And then we've increased the landscaping and buffers from the existing condition, which you can see is blighted and very minimal landscaping within the site currently. As we look at the materials of this, again, we've stuck with traditional materials for these, sticking with an asphalt shingle roof with some black metal accents to provide some modern flair to them. The siding is going to be a wood look composite siding that's James Hardie or similar. That's going to provide the look of a shake style to these buildings. The trim is going to be a painted composite trim, which will give that heavier details for the corner boards and the fascias, which is going to give that more traditional look. And the windows are going to be more traditional style windows that will be energy efficient windows. Just something to note on this project is that the project will be a LEED certified project. It'll be certified up to LEED Silver. So that'll be something as we go through permitting, what we noted. Just a couple of other comments that we've seen come up in previous iterations of this project, as well as other projects of the same nature. So, snow storage. So each of these driveways has been designed so that there is sufficient capacity at the end of each of these driveways to provide for adequate snow storage for the development. Utilities. All of the utilities will be installed underground, providing a seamless look down Thurston Road. Each of these units, they're provided with garage parking. So within that garage, there'll be space for bike storage, as well as individual trash storage within each of the garages. From an inclusionary housing standpoint, with the 16 units, 3 of which will be provided as affordable units. From a safety standpoint, these are all code-compliant buildings that all the NFPA distances have been met. And the one triplex that's on the western end of this parcel will be provided with sprinklers due to the nature and style and code requirements for the unit. For a neighborhood context standpoint, we feel that this is consistent with a single family and small duplex concept. Each of these units from a size standpoint is on the smaller size as it comes to units, and is significantly smaller than what the buy right option would allow. And again, from a sustainability standpoint, this is going to be a full stretch code compliant building. It's going to be all electric. Each of the garages will be EV ready. The roofs will be solar ready. And again, this is going to be a LEED certified silver project. And we provided a sustainability narrative as part of the documentation for the permitting. I'll turn it back over to Terry here, and he can walk through the couple of neighborhood meetings that we had through the project.
Thank you, Trevor. This slide you see here actually shows the original plan, which was changed. There was some concern. One of the first criticisms we received was from a butter on White Pine Road, and also at who were concerned about the fact that fifth unit, which was a freestanding single-family dwelling, where its placement in that recess, if you would, on the site, they were concerned about the proximity of that to their properties. In fact, one of the reliefs that was cited was parking within a side setback, within 20 feet of a side setback. That site plan shows a parking space. That's the one parking space that violated or required that zoning relief. That has now gone away. So that particular relief, we do not need relief from that, because there's no parking with any of the, either of the two setbacks within 20 feet.
Mr. O'Leary, do you still have use of your cursor?
I do, yes.
Could you just circle or point to that so that everybody in the room knows, thank you, knows what
Yep.
unit we're talking about? I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Morris. Sorry to interrupt you.
If you go back to one of the earlier slides, you'll see that that building was rotated 90 degrees and pulled back. Oh, right there. There it is. Pulled back, and now it's become part of a triplex. I say that because we tried to listen to the concerns that were expressed, and that was one of the first things that we did. The other point to be made is setbacks are largely thought of and conceived of horizontal dimensions, how close you are, your side setback, your front setback. But at this particular site introduces a new paradigm, and that is vertical setbacks. The vertical setbacks from this property on the back, as I said, it exceeds 20 feet, 22 feet in height, and that's in addition to the setbacks that are on the ground. Before we go to the, Trevor, before we go to the one of the last slides, I want to speak to the notion that of curb cuts. We have become well aware that there is concern about the number of curb cuts that are being proposed. I would point out to you that at one time we proposed 5, and you're looking at that, that's the site plan with 5. The 6th curb cut was introduced largely because of what I consider to be an incorrect interpretation of what constitutes a parking facility. Because of that, we had to basically move the parking spaces and put those 2 spaces off Thurston Road. I can tell you that we will be taking a look at how we might eliminate that curb cut because we know it's become an issue. The other thing is on curb cuts, people are saying it should be understood that this property can be subdivided into 4 buildable lots with no special permit relief at all, each having a 2-family dwelling. And before I show you that picture, I would say that you can see in this development, the driveways are side by side because in these townhouse duplexes, the garages are they are right butt up against the demising wall between the 2 units. In a typical 2-family house, the parking spaces are on the outside. The parking garages are an element, an output element on either side of the main footprint of the house. In that situation, you actually get 2 curb cuts, 1 for each of the units. And in fact, bring it up, Trevor. That is your subdivision. If you look at that, Trevor, I'll let you explain, since your office created that, how that complies with all of the requirements for a by right 4-lot subdivision.
Sure. All right. So here we've got MR1 zoning. So when we split this, we need to have a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet per lot. So as you can see here, each of these lots have been subdivided, ranging in size between 10,000 and 15,000 square feet for each of the lot. With that, we also have to have 80 feet of frontage, which, as you can see, each of these lots is going to have just under 90 feet of frontage, or around 90 feet of frontage for each of these lots proposed. We're also going to have a 30-foot front setback, 10-foot side setbacks, and a 15-foot rear setback, which is the blue line that you can see indicated on each of these lots. The red line is the overall outside lot, and then these black lines are the dividing lots in between them. With that, in an MR1, we've got the allowance of a 0.48 FAR, a 30% lot coverage, and a 50% open space requirement. With these lots here, you can see we've got a range of lot coverage allowances from 3,100 square feet to 4,600 square feet, with an FAR allowance of 5,000 to 7,400 square feet. 7400 being the largest lot on the left side, which is longer vertically than the rest of the other lots. A couple other things to note, as Terry mentioned, which each of these lots, by splitting the garages on either side, it's going to permit 2 curb cuts for these lots. The max curb cut size that's allowed in a residential district is 20 feet. So these would be ranging anywhere between 12 and 20 feet for the curb cuts. In addition to that, in the by right option, there's no condition for parking. One of the things that we really feel and appreciate about the special permit options is that it's a way to provide the right amount of parking for these proposed developments. When this is looked at by right, you can see here each of these units would be provided with a minimum of 3 cars. And I say a minimum because the driveway space would allow for more, and more could be permitted even with as a by right option. In addition to that, each of these would meet the new facade build-out ratio with having less than 60% of the overall facade. They would each meet the garage ordinance with less than 40% of the overall facade garage facing the street. And again, this would permit 8 curb cuts through this. Each of these would be a 2.5-story townhouse and would be up to 36 feet in height, which the current proposal, all of our units are roughly right about 35 feet, with most being closer to 34 feet in overall height.
That it, Trev?
That's it, yep.
So the other thing is that I wanted to mention, it was mentioned in the planning staff report that we are utilizing that provision that is meant to increase inclusionary housing stock. It's called a bonus provision. And we actually, we're seeking relief on the lot area requirement under that bonus provision and some other relief. It's clear that there's been discussion about the removal of, or the reduction in some of these units. The 2 most common units that were identified are Unit 5 on the plan and Unit 13. One is at the west, one is on the east. It's suffice to say that if there's any reduction in this project, that third inclusionary unit will go away because we will no longer be utilizing the bonus. And that is the fact. That's the reason why you put the bonus in there, is because to make it financially feasible to provide that more than what's required. But the trade-off is that you get more density. So with that, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to present, and we're now available to answer questions you may have. You may want to have public comment first.
We will. Thank you, Mr. Morris. As we approach 9 o'clock, I'm being very aware of the time and the other petitions we have before us. I just want to explain to everyone how we're going to proceed right now. First of all, I'd like to welcome Councilor Susan Albright, who has joined via Zoom, not a member of the committee, but one of our colleagues on the council. We are going to go to the public hearing part. We'll hear from people who are here in the chamber and on Zoom. We will then take it into committee, and before we do that, I'm going to remind us about the amendment that is before us to be considered at the same time as the previous submission. So now you folks who were nice enough to come early and sit on those really uncomfortable benches and sign up, Curtis, do you want to grab the list so that you can go in order of, is that what you were intending to do with that sign-up sheet? Oh, thank you, Councilor Roach. It takes a village. Here comes somebody else who would like to sign up, it looks like, before you bring the sheet up. And if some of you want to speak who didn't sign up, just you'll be able to stand there and speak at the end of this. And I'll alternate. It looks like, to me, most people for this project are in the chamber, but there may be some on Zoom too, and I'll go back and forth.
So first we can have Christopher Patsky, the McDonald Company, 43 Kenwood Ave. Thank you.
Oh, different project, correct. He's for the Kenwood Ave project later. We'll get back to you. Hope if you're still awake. I don't want us to be here till midnight. We won't be here till midnight. That was not a funny joke. Did people put which project they want to speak to on that? No. Oh, okay. I asked them to. Do you want me just to go down the list, or if you're not comfortable doing that? Okay, so even though you were nice enough to put your names on the list, the clerk will be able to use that to identify your name and address, because sometimes it's hard to understand speaking, so you can just come up to the microphone. I'm sorry that this is less organized than we usually like it. Thank you, come on up.
Much. Members of the committee, thank you. Terry, thank you. Trevor, my name is Julia Rappaport. I live at 55 White Pine Road, which is 3 feet from the property line. So not technically in a butter, but in a butter in every sense other than the literal one. My family, we have 2 young boys. My husband, we love the neighborhood that we live in. We are potentially very supportive of this project. It stands to bring families to our beloved community. It stands to better what we have seen as a blighted property. We have 3 main areas of concern. The first, the path. We've been told that the developer will allow for 1 foot to protect the path in the development. We have yet to see that in the plans, so we're asking to see that reflected in the plans. Number 2 is density. The development is right next to a busy playground, a bus stop, right on a curve in the road. Adding 16 families is going to put a lot of burden on this area, adding 16 homes. We are very concerned about the density, about the number of vehicles this will add, what it will do to our water and our sewers, light pollution, noise pollution. This is a big tax on this specific lot. So supportive, but very concerned about the density of 16 units. Lastly, we are very concerned about the request to relieve the setbacks. This is, especially for the community above, these properties are very close to property lines. They're very close to a rock ledge, and construction very likely will damage foundations of existing homes. We are asking, as was referenced, for the removal of units 5 and 13, which most closely abut existing properties. We think that this will help alleviate the density concerns as well as the proximity on existing housing. To go back to Lupien Path for a moment, this path connects residential families with commercial area. This is how we access the post office, restaurants, cafes, playground, community. The developer has said that they will do everything that they can to help maintain the path, and we're asking to see that reflected in the plans, because that is how we have a community, by being connected, being able to access the commercial vibrancy that makes Newton special. So as the committee reflects and deliberates, we'd like you to reflect on the density strain that this proposal as it stands now can put on the community, the setback relief, which we personally just find egregious, and protection of the Lupien Path. Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone's time.
Thank you. Ms. Rappaport, someone else like to come up? We'll take a few from here, and then I'll go to someone on Zoom.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank all the committee members for coming up to our neighborhood to take a look at what we're seeing from above. When you take a look at...
First of all, give us your name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Victor Totaro.
Thank you.
Totaro. My address is 60 White Pine Road. I'm a direct abutter. We're right up behind the property. Fairly You know, there are 2 out of the 3 lots we're right on top of. And as you can see, one area that the developer mentioned was the buffering of the trees. The trees are not a great buffer. Hopefully, as you can see, the roofs will be higher, so we're concerned. I know that this isn't about the height of the roof, it's about the setback. I do agree with Julia on removing 13 and 5 is essential to not have as much adverse effect on the surrounding neighbors. We would like to get behind the project and give it 100% go, but we really, really need some changes on this. I thank you for your time, and hopefully you take all that into consideration.
Thank you, sir. Let's take one more from the chamber, and then I'll go to Zoom. Somebody else want to hop up to that microphone? You'll be next, sir. You can stand behind him if you want. Get ready. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Brad Michael from 56 Rockland Place. The back of our property directly abuts this old Lupien property. I'll lead by saying we do support the project. We support getting rid of units 5 and 13. You've seen the charming pictures of what we've been living with for 30 plus years, so we're looking forward to seeing. I think I am. I'm trying not to pop it like everyone else was doing. One main concern is blasting, and I would like to get on the public record that there will be no blasting of the rock ledge. All of the houses above on Rockland Place and White Pine, where our foundations are literally pinned to that rock. It's the same piece of rock, so any blasting would destroy our foundations, crack our plaster, etc. So I don't think I need to say that you don't want to destroy existing housing to build new housing. Another concern is the plan. We see the plan, it's fine. We're trying to get a measurement between Unit 5 and our back property. We got one figure from the developer, we got another figure from the architect. Then we asked the architect what the scale was, and he said it was 1 inch equals 20 feet. Using that math, we came up with a third figure. So I don't think architecture is an inexact science, but we're a little baffled by the inconsistent answers. So we would like that question answered. We're also interested in hearing about the lighting variance. We're quite close, so we don't really want the property glowing all night. So if we could get that answer as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Sir, do you want to come up?
Thank you very much. Matthew Katzman at 108 Thurston Road. I support adding housing and I like the idea of this project. As a direct abutter, however, I want to ensure that the practical impacts are fully addressed before approval. Thurston Road is already narrow and has multiple blind corners, and it's directly, as mentioned, adjacent to a playground and a school bus stop. The existing street parking already creates serious visibility and maneuverability concerns. The planning's analysis notes we saw that the project requires dimensional relief for driveways and parking stalls, including 6 curb cuts, and creates limitations on parking location, driveway width, and driveway placement. I recognize that Mr. Morris and Mr. O'Leary have compared this proposal to the hypothetical by right alternative with more curb cuts. I appreciate the comparison, but I don't think the analysis should turn on curb cut count alone. A by right alternative may have different impacts, including more curb cuts, but it would also certainly support sufficient parking for the units displayed. The question before the city is whether this specific proposal with 16 units and multiple requested waivers can function safely on this specific street. I respectfully ask the city to require a clear site-specific showing that vehicles can safely enter and exit the site without adding demand for street parking, staging, or maneuvering on Thurston Road that would worsen pedestrian and vehicle safety, particularly again near the playground and school bus stop. I also ask that any approval include appropriate construction management conditions, including, of course, standard compliance with noise limits, dust and air quality controls, but also clear rules for construction staging and contractor parking, especially with the playground so close. Finally, while the presentation has stated that individual trash will be stored in garages and that snow storage will be available at the end of each common driveway, I'd appreciate a more specific operational plan showing how trash pickup, snow storage, and snow removal will actually work on this constrained site without spilling over onto Thurston Road or interfering with visibility and circulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to a patient person who's had his hand up on Zoom, Jeff Popper, but if one or two more people in the chamber would like to line up at the microphone after Mr. Popper's 3 minutes, that would be great. Just line up there, it's fine. Mr. Popper, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think that speaker, Jeff Popper, 100 Thurston Road, so directly across from this. Similar to other speakers, I'll be brief. Supportive of the improvement this will bring to the neighborhood, but very concerned about the density and especially the number of cars, that 32 additional cars coming in and out, looking for street parking, service vehicles coming to those properties, et cetera. Street parking is already extremely tight, especially when the Emerson Park is in use for softball games. It constantly spills over all the way to our property and beyond. And this will add significantly to that problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were way under time. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jamie Chang at 87 Thurston Road. We're the immediate neighbors to the project, and we have no vertical setback. We've been there for 15 years. The required setback is 25 feet, and the existing house at 93 Thurston Road is about 24.3 feet from the property line with 6 windows. The 2 duplexes that are proposed for replacing it have setbacks of only 10 feet and 20.5 feet, and that would be 4 units with about 20 windows facing us. And so we understand that setbacks are for privacy and safety. We cannot really talk about the safety, but for privacy, our privacy will plummet with these additional units and windows. We would have to keep our shades closed for purposes of privacy for these units. Our front porch is about 22.1 feet from the property line, so the one that's about 20.5 feet away seems reasonable, but the unit that's only 10 feet away seems too close to us. And so if all the units can be at least 20.5 feet away from the property line, that would be good. But if anything's within 20.5 feet, then we would like to object to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Jianguo Ma, 61 White Pine Road. So it's the directly the most impacted the house. So first we support the project. So and also we appreciate remove the unit 5 and 13 from the developer. But again, as the developer mentioned, so our house is 20 to 22 feet tall, is definitely 2 levels. So that, the regular distance between the lot shouldn't consider, because that's, will be, will danger, the rock, will be go down. And also we suggest, when the program start, should have some, way to protect the lot or rock not fall down. So that's definitely for the safety and also for the new house, the safety. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Glenn Vanneman. I live at 22 Columbia Avenue. I'm not an immediate neighbor, but I'm here to support the neighbors who've already spoken. And I want to add a request that the petitioner show us, the city, you, and the neighbors, similar projects in terms of densities and also the ratio bedroom to parking, just to see if the model works. Since it's a typical question that we all have, is that what happens if there's more cars than parking spaces. So in the real world, for projects that are similar to this, is that a problem? I'd like to know, and I think you would like to know, if you don't already know. And then I had one last comment concerning affordable housing. I'm very concerned that the lower tier within Newton is not addressed. I don't know if this committee has a policy about this. I don't know if the planning department has a program or the mayor to think about this, but this project is an opportunity to basically create a win-win. There's 2 to 3 affordable, actually 3 on this project proposed. I'm a little concerned that as the density might be reduced, whether or not there are some sacrifices that Terry, I think, previously mentioned. And what I wonder is whether or not there can be 3 affordable units, 500 square feet, studio, 1 bedroom, in lieu of 1 1,500, 1,700 square foot unit. Now, I actually wrote back in the early 2000s on a revision to the affordable housing law. I helped write, I was on the committee. And there may not be flexibility here, but I'm hoping that there is, because that would accomplish 2 things. We'd have less parking demand. We'd have units for people who deserve them and need them, people who work locally on Highland Avenue, Edom Street, entry-level workers, graduates. These are people you all know. And the question is, what are you doing about this? And does the petitioner care, the Lupien family? Do they care? And can they make some compromises and concessions? Because I think it's a very important issue. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Jack Neville, 68 High Street, Newton Upper Falls. I did live on Rockland Place from 65 to 83, right across the street from the path. And that's one of the things I like to speak on. It was always called the Indian Path. All my kids called it the Indian Path. That's the way it was. And that path, I'm sorry, the path went down the way the picture that Terry showed of the path, and it went through the property and gingerly went out into Thurston Road. And the Lupien family wanted to use that property for their equipment. So it was like walking through a meadow after you got out of the chute into the, it was like a meadow across to Thurston Road. So at that time, I'm going to say 40 years ago, was the last fight about this. The people agreed that he could put his property, his equipment there if he kept the path. That was a little history of the path. And if you looked at the property, the overview of the property that Terry put up there was, on the left side was wide, bare, it was all bare. It was kind of a wooded meadow, and it sunk down like this. So in the back was probably 10 or 12 feet below where it is now. And on the front by Thurston Road was maybe a 2-foot drop. So you had to walk up to Thurston Road. So that's all been filled in mostly with wood chips, like it was said. I mean, he did use those wood chips there. Because originally, the Lupien Tree Company had all their equipment on the right side, and it was the grandfather, Herbie's father, who had a big garden, and then Herbie took over too when his father passed. But it was really a beautiful meadow area, and so I just wanted to give a little history of what it was. And the only other thing I'd like to say is the density. You know, why 16? Other than that, I mean, I know something has to be built there, but I think density is too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neville.
Evening. Charles Benedict, 84 Rockland Place. I've been there over 55 years. A couple of things the committee should be aware of. One is, over the many years, when we moved in 71, there was a wetlands there, cat and nine tails, the whole bit. And over the years, Mr. Lupien filled that in with chips, as he would chip wood and so forth. That still has a problem. That water runs out of that property If you looked at the schematic that Mr. Morris put up there, in the northwest corner is where that wetlands was. It was never protected. The water from there runs down onto Thurston, takes a right-hand turn, goes through where now Jason Lupien lives, was the old Joe Piccarell house on Rockland Place, goes down and back of the next property was Joe St. Bataro's, goes to my backyard and down onto High Street. Anybody along there gets flooded out in their basement. So that needs to be looked at and perhaps addressed in some fashion, even though it's not on the particular piece of property we're talking about. So that's an issue. One of the many issues is that children from Brownwood, from White Pine, all go to school down the path. And you get all these curb cuts, which I know are needed for the garage, but there's going to be a safety issue there, because that's where the buses stop, the kids get on up to go to school, since they closed down Emerson. So these are a couple of issues which I hope you would consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paula Daly Kelleher. I live on Elliott Terrace.
Could you just say your last name again?
Kelleher.
Kelleher, thank you.
So there are two jewels in this neighborhood that I'd like to address. One is the path that Charlie just spoke about. It's been there for a long time, before I was born. My father talked about that too. So it's been used by the neighborhood, and it's an important aspect of the neighborhood. And I hope you treasure that, because it's important. Also, the other jewel in the neighborhood is the playground. I share the concern about parking, density, traffic, and blasting, common sense. And I understand there's a balance between the developers and the residents. And I see them kind of apart right now. And I think with the proper communication and some of maybe give and take, those all can be resolved, and it will be a better quality residence for everybody, the new residents that they're making the development for, as well as existing residents. Please just don't throw the baby out with the bathwater is basically what I'm asking here. And I don't think that parking and density is kind of something that we necessarily have to accept. It's the quality of the neighborhood. Upper Falls has had projects add to it that are currently under construction that greatly increase the density of Upper Falls. All of Upper Falls is going to want to use the playground. As the density increases, playgrounds become a lot more important. The paths to go through becomes important too. So let's please have consideration for the neighborhood and the jewels that currently exist in the neighborhood, because those jewels will remain for you too and your residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, Justin Fishman, 47 White Pine Road. And one element regarding the Lupien Path that everyone enjoys is it not just connects the neighbors from Rockland and White Pine and Roundwood down, but it connects the folks from Thurston around there up. I've seen everyone walking there, and I say, oh, where do you live? Oh, we live down on Thurston. So it's really something that's worth retaining. And even if this development does its best to give it a 1 foot or a 2 foot sort of buffer, with the amount of sort of impervious asphalt that's going to be there, the path being a foot or two lower than this development, the path is going to retain all the water as it makes its way down to 84 Rockland eventually. And what good is retaining the path if you're going to need boots up to your knees to sort of wade through the muck that's going to be there if it just sits on the dirt? So what I would really like to see is sort of just a simple drainage grate, sort of a French drain, and maybe a couple sort of retention basins along that path that would just take your regular rainfall and slowly let it out instead of having it sit on the dirt of that path and sort of ruin the path, even if it is retained for everyone else. The second point made by 108 Thurston Road is a great point, that it is a sort of sharp turn that everyone's making from Thurston to in front of the park. And with 16 homes or even 8 new homes here, it really might be worth thinking about having some sort of stop sign going both ways to ensure that people aren't taking that turn too quickly. There's kids that are scootering up by themselves or on bikes, and with the additional traffic, it really could be a concern with the park right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just switch back to Zoom now for a minute. Michelle Hubbard.
Sorry, I was figuring out how to unmute. I'm Michelle Hubbard. I live at 116 Roundwood Road, and I just want to thank Justin for his point. We've been here about 20 years, and my kids have grown up along that path. We went to the playground their whole lives. They go up and down that path all the time. My daughter rides her bike, and I'm very concerned with her. She's in high school now. But the idea of her going down that path, and there's going to be many cars there now, and per Justin's point, what if the city can have either a stop sign or a speed bump or, something that would help manage from a traffic perspective and again, the safety issue of that area. And please protect the path. We just, it's so precious, and it's such a, as people have spoken, historic part of the community. It's a legacy in Newton, and it's just really special being in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. I don't see anyone else right now. We're going to keep this public hearing open, though, and again, people are always welcome to write to us. We're going to take this into the committee and hear from questions and comments from the Land Use Committee members. But we do need first to address the fact that there is some amended language that we should be thinking about as we discuss it. It's at the back of your agenda packets that you had, I believe, that were put on your desk. That's the last page. Sandria, you could probably help me out now by putting that up on the screen, where you had the original and then the amended language. And this is because some things, the waivers changed in the, since we saw this last time. And if you'd like to set that up, that would be fine.
Sure, just bear with me a moment, Madam
Sure,
Chair.
of course. I'm sorry I put you on the spot. Go ahead.
And just to clarify, in terms of the language, we had just amended the agenda to include the waiver for lot area per unit and lot coverage. Those two items of relief were not originally advertised when the petition came before you first in April. They were since advertised after the public hearing was opened and added to the agenda. So I will go ahead and pull up that agenda in just a moment.
Yes, those are the two items, the additional relief we had not looked at before, the lot area per unit and the max lot coverage. And she's going to pull up this slide that will show us the new language so that we'll have it fresh in our minds as we talk about everything we've seen and talked about tonight. Just waiting for Sandria to do that. Because that way, not just the counselors, but everyone can see what it is we're talking about. When we vote on this, which we're not going to do right this second, most likely not tonight, we will be voting on the docket item with this amended language. But again, because there were these two items of additional relief, I just want to highlight that for all of us tonight. Here comes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
for bearing
Berman.
with me.
Yeah, thank you. I think I didn't tell you I was going to do that right then, so I am very understanding that you were taken by surprise.
No worries. So I believe here we have the original language, and I think it's more helpful show
We're losing you, Miss Berman. We're losing your audio anyway.
requested with a lot area per unit and the lot coverage to waive both of those. And this was the additional citation that was added to the legal notice.
So you've highlighted in yellow the changes we need to be thinking about with the new proposed language. I'm just going to read it out loud for people who are not looking at the screen. The way it reads now is to request for a special permit to allow 16 attached single-family dwellings. That was from before. This is a change right here. To waive the front, side, and rear setback, lot coverage, and lot area per unit requirements, and to allow a driveway and parking within a setback. That's a new part. At 93-103 and 0 Thurston Road. It goes on a little bit to raise the existing buildings. This was previous. Raise the existing buildings and construct 16 single-family attached dwellings with relief for, this is the new part, attached single-family dwellings to allow reduced setbacks in the front, side, and rear, parking in the front setbacks and within 5 feet of the building. And then down a little further, there's an addition of a line saying waivers for lot coverage and lot area per unit. So I just, particularly tonight for the Land Use Committee members, want us to be noticing that we're going to be talking about all of that. Now I am going to open it up. I see your hand up for members of the committee to talk. First, we'll go to Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Berman, can you bring back that page, please?
Oh, my apologies.
That's all right. I want to talk about these latest changes because I'm even more confused now. The zoning review memo was just dated May 8th, which is just a few days ago. In that zoning review memo, it says the lot area per square unit is 4,160 square feet. That's what it says. I just did a quick calculation on my phone, and it's actually 3,120 square feet per unit. So my question is, what is the actual lot area per unit?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Lucas. It's a bit confusing, but I hope I'll be able to walk through it for you. This is due in large part to the petitioner's request to obtain the inclusionary housing bonus. So they would have, the minimum lot area per unit would be allowed for 12 units, but because they are seeking to add an additional affordable unit and add an additional 3 units for market rate, bringing it up to 16 units, this changes the calculation for the lot area per unit, bringing it below the 4,000 threshold, which I believe is the calculation that you just mentioned. So technically speaking, this requires relief because in order to take advantage of that inclusionary housing bonus, they need the relief for the minimal lot area per unit. So they're not really able to actualize that inclusionary bonus without the relief for lot area per unit. I hope that makes a little bit more sense.
That makes more sense, but with that bonus, what is the minimum lot area per unit?
So the minimum lot area per unit doesn't change, or perhaps I'm misunderstanding the question. If they would be allowed to have up to 15 units, but because they get an additional, they get one affordable unit plus an additional 3 market rate, that brings them up to 16, and that's what triggers the relief for lot area per unit.
So with the bonus, they can only get 15 units?
No, with the bonus, they would be able to have 16. I apologize if I misspoke. But they would be allowed to build the 12 and meet lot area per unit. Once they go above that, they would need relief for lot area per unit.
Yeah, so it is 3,100 and whatever, 20.
Correct.
Okay, all right. All right. I have questions or maybe just comments. I don't think we want it back and forth tonight, right? Just because of the time.
get all your points out. I
Okay.
don't think we're going to go back and forth because we're not going to be concluding and voting
Yeah,
this out tonight.
but I do want Mr. O'Leary to bring up something on his presentation again. Mr. O'Leary, could you bring up the zoning table grid with all the dimensions for the proposed and what is required in the ordinance, please?
Let me know if you see my screen.
I can see your screen. Yep, there you go. Yes, it's that right there. It's the required column. The max lot coverage is not 30% for single-family attached. It's 25%. And all setbacks are 25 feet, not 7.5 and 15. Those are for the by right, the by right option, but we're only talking about the special permit.
That's correct. Yeah, we had pulled this from the civil plan to show the proposed setbacks, and they had put what a by right MR setback would be on this table.
Okay, all right. So I just want everyone in the chamber to know that the required setbacks are all 25 feet, and the lot coverage is 25%. I understand you're at 29% in your lot coverage, but you're also building into the setbacks. So I would ask if there's going to be any changes to the development is to pick one, either lot coverage or setbacks. We heard from some homeowners who live next door to the right of this. They're talking about privacy and they have to keep their curtains up or their blinds closed. So I would ask that you try to meet that 25 feet on the setbacks. The other thing is, and I know, Chair, I don't want to do it back and forth, but we saw a presentation about the by right option. And have you shared those plans to planning and ISD to verify your dimensions? You don't have to answer that now, but it's just, I want to be absolutely certain that we are presenting the right information to this committee and to the public with respect to the by right alternative. Just for some questions, Mr. Morse?
First of all, there's no requirement that you submit these things to ISD. You basically submit a building permit application, it's then reviewed with the plans. And I can tell you, as the attorney who reviewed this data, that is spot on the requirements for a single and two-family house. That's what I thought I made clear in my presentation, the difference between single and two-family houses and single-family attached dwellings.
Okay, it makes it look like the required is for the special permit, not the by right.
Perhaps that might have been made clearer if it had 3 columns, by right requirement and then special permit requirement.
Next time.
I apologize for the confusion, but that's the general pattern you see in all of your petitions.
Next time. So just, we heard from several people about safety concerns. I would recommend that your client install a small, and I mean small, speed bump at the edge of the driveway so that when cars exit, they're not speeding around the corner, they're moving slowly onto Thurston Road where there is a playground. You don't have to answer this now, but you're requesting a lighting waiver. I just want to know what you're doing for lighting to make sure it's safe inside the development.
I answered that question and it was referenced in the planning department memo.
I must have missed
that.
that.
It was basically low-grade lighting.
Okay, great,
that
thanks.
was answered.
Yep. I'm confused on what you're doing for trash service. In the draft council order, it made it seem like there was going to be a private trash service, excuse me. But I don't think that's happening. So clarification on that. We heard from one person are you going to do any blasting to the ledge in the back left of the development.
Can I respond to that,
Wait,
please?
Mr. Morris, actually, what I would prefer is for you and Mr. O'Leary and your team to take note of the questions that are being asked, and rather than do a back and forth with each of us tonight,
I don't want to go back and forth, but I want to respond to the neighbors. I want to make it perfectly clear, there was no ledge removal, either by blasting, chipping, or any other means. We're not touching that ledge. The other thing is that we are submitting, as is required, a construction management plan is required on every special permit.
yes,
of this.
I was going to address all that at the end. So if you don't mind, you could sit down now because I don't want you to have to answer each individual question. But thank you for your willingness to do it. But let's do it all at once rather than after each person speaks. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
And then
Continue.
my last comment was, again, I must have missed it, or I hope I didn't miss it, is guest parking. Where are guests going to stay with 16 developments? This is not a small development, but you know, where is the guest parking going to be? That's all I have for now, Chair. I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't want to be rude and cut you off, but I think for the sake of time, I'd like to get all the questions and comments on the table. And again, there either will be time tonight or the next time. We still have 3 or 4 more projects to talk about tonight. Councillor Block, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. There are quite a number of things that Councillor Lucas brought up that I'm not going to repeat, but I support them all. There's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done. I just want to say that I am keenly aware of our responsibility here. I've met with many of the neighbors. I've heard them tonight. Our job is to make a determination regarding whether this will have a negative impact on the neighborhood. That's the key issue before us, and I will not be voting for anything that I think has a negative impact on the neighborhood. For example, the path. If the path is going to become you know, a hazard, filled with water under certain circumstances, that drainage issue has to be dealt with by the developer, even though that path is not on the developer's land. This path will be affected by this development, and therefore it needs to be addressed. I think that's just an example of how I'm thinking about it. Units, what is it, units 15 and 3?
13 and 5.
Well,
Or
I got
13.
the total digits right, but not the right.
Great, just
right, no, 5 and 13. I realize that the bonus affordable unit is tied to the total number of units, but again, the issue for us is the negative impact on the neighborhood, not how can we maximize subsidized units. So I would like to see a plan without units 5 and 13, and if that means the number of subsidized units is 2 instead of 3, well, so be it. This gets back to density, impact on the street, impact on the kids who are at the playground, getting off the bus, going down the path. This is a very vibrant, complicated intersection, and I want to support the speed bump concept that Councillor Lucas mentioned. This can be part of a mitigation package, I think, that we could think about given the size of this development. So I would appreciate the developer paring this back a bit. And let's see if that will pencil out, or the developer sees whether it pencils out. We're oblivious to that. We have other issues on our plate. And that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Block. I would like for each committee member to think about some things to ask or add to this conversation so that when the developer goes back, we've given them some some concrete things to think about and work on rather than just leave it kind of blank. Are you raising your hand, Councilor Leary?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. First of all, I do want to acknowledge all the comments of my colleagues and the public. And I think, of course, we're going to be a ways away from, this will be a longer discussion because there's a lot going on with this site. But, you know, the existing condition has a negative impact on the neighborhood as well. And I know so we all want to get something built there. And I do want to get there. Mike, I would like to see soil testing results for their next discussion. I would like to see a landscape plan. Good landscaping can significantly address some of the privacy conditions as well. I would like to see some consideration from a reduction from 16 to 14 units and what that would look like. I would like to see some redesign to reduce the number of curb cuts that are required here. Those are my initial questions. I might have more later.
Thank you. I'm just keeping notes of that too, although I'm sure our clerk will have them well, and I'm sure that the project team is keeping track also. Thank you, Councilor Leary. Councilor Irish, followed by Councilor Roach.
Thank you, Chair. And first, I want to thank all the neighbors who came out this evening, both online and in the chamber. It's a late night, so I appreciate speaking so thoughtfully and passionately about this project. I know this property well. I mean, the site pretty well. It's just around from my house, so that should be known. I want to give it a little bit of context without going into too much detail. I'm aware of the hour, but lived in the neighborhood for 28 years. My kids played at the playground every day for the first decade of their life, so I walked by or driven by this property for, hundreds of times. The other thing is, the playground is really, not to get, it's not part of the project, but because it's such a gathering place, and I think we talked about it, not only is it for the playground use, the basketball courts, the softball field, it is also adjacent to the community center where there's a preschool. It's the Countryside Aftercare, the elementary school aftercare program is also there. There are summer camps that go through the Emerson Community Center all during the year, and other activities. So it's a very active part of the neighborhood, and I don't think it would be helpful next time we look at this to look at the site just out a little bit to see the playground and where the bus stop would be, because I just think that's also an important part of the discussion around safety. And as Councilor Block was saying, it's no harm to the community. That's our first priority. And with so many children in the neighborhood, so many pedestrians, so many cars actually right now, it should be I think it would be helpful to just look at the context of the site as well. Lots of good things to like about it, the project. I appreciate the petitioner listening to the residents' comments about moving Building 5 back. The look and feel of the project is also being in context for the neighborhood, and the fact that adding the inclusionary zoning, but I too think if we have to lose one at the risk of maybe losing the density. And I would also be in support of a project that reduces the number of the buildings or the units 5 and 13. By doing so, would remove much of the relief. I think at this point there are 12 different types of zoning relief that we're looking for this project. And by doing so, by removing some of those units, we might, avoid some of that and actually have a quicker, smoother process to get this to, I want to get to yes as well. I think I'm genuinely enthusiastic about the project as well. I'd love to see bringing families, especially young families, into the neighborhood. So want to get there as quickly as possible. In terms of questions, really quickly, the curb cuts, I know it's brought up. At one point, we spoke to the developer about, is there any way to put the driveways in the back? Is there any way to avoid that? I know it's a major redesign, but a way to minimize the number of entrances into the development. With the trees, I love the fact that the trees are going to be maintained, 7 of those 11 on the streetscape, although I am concerned about the visibility of those curb cuts in the trees, trying to figure out the best way to take that into account. That will hinder some of the visibility going in and out of the driveway. So, and just quickly, in the back, there is that, we couldn't see it, that very, very large pile of mulch and, and rocks and things, or as we saw. I don't think we know what's under there. That's been there for as long as, if there's anyone in the chamber could tell me if they've seen that cleared, that would be good to know, but I don't think we know in terms of what's below that. So if there any of the testing or any of that's been looked at that, I would love to see if we have an idea of what's below those large piles, because I think that could come into play. I have other things, but in the interest of time, I will, that'll be it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will come back to you later for a motion. Councillor Roach.
While it came a little bit late in the process, I appreciate that the petitioner did have conversations with the neighborhood, and we clearly got some quality neighborhood feedback. Appreciate the fact that the neighbors are largely supportive of the project. I will say that having been on that side of the rail a few times, it's very difficult to speak into the void and not get feedback, but know that you're being heard about the path, about the density, about parking, all of the issues that folks raise, and I share your concern about the path. The issue of water on the path is new, and we should, the petitioner should come back to us with an answer about that. I think that somehow we, or some combination of we and the residents, need to figure out how to formalize the right to the path, which is really the issue, but is totally outside of this project, outside of that 1 foot. And I think that Councilor Irish and I are committed to helping out. I will say this about traffic and parking. The reduction from 16 to 14 units may have some other benefits. It will not have any noticeable impact on traffic or parking. The number of trips generated by 2 units, the amount of parking generated by 2 units, nobody would notice. I'm a little concerned about window removal. I think it sounds like a good idea, but I think looking at looking at the side of a building without windows ultimately is less appealing. I am not in love with more farmhouse modern. I think that we have seen enough white buildings with black windows in this city, and it's just overdone. I am highly supportive of, I think it was Councilor Irish mentioned, the service of buildings 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, and 9 by the curb cut to the left and removing the 3 curb cuts in front of them, and then maybe even moving the buildings a little bit forward. That would make a much better plan. It's a shame that we're kind of looking at the single-family attached model here and not perhaps thinking about a more compact building that might be a little taller. I think that might meet everybody's needs. I am a little bit more concerned than my colleagues about the loss of the inclusionary unit. And if I may just check my notes real quick. Oh, the lot area per unit minimum waiver is a no-brainer for me. It is a malign feature of our zoning code, and we shouldn't have it. And so I'm happy to waive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roach. Would any of the councillors who haven't spoken? Perfect. Councillor Golden. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go very quickly on this. A lot of concerns have been articulated. I do want to just state there absolutely must be a project here. I think that's a given. Something must be done with this parcel. It should be developed, and it should be a not insignificant number of housing units. That parcel can accommodate that. Having said that, there is a concern about 2 units. I am very hopeful that the developer, it appears this is not going to receive any kind of final action by the committee tonight, but I hope the developer can address some of the concerns that have been articulated with regard to traffic calming, vehicular traffic in this geography, protection of that path, making sure that it's passable and that it's dry, or at least dry enough to be passable, and the privacy concerns. I mean, those resonate with me, and I appreciate that the neighbors here came here tonight to articulate, you know, the impacts that they see on their immediate environment. But I do want to associate myself with the remarks just made by Councilor Roach with regard to the loss of an inclusionary unit with an income restricted unit. I think that would be terribly unfortunate. I mean, we are usually nickeling and diming to add units, and to go from 3 to 2 doesn't sound like much, but you know, day after day and month after month, when we consider these projects and lose the potential to add an income restricted unit, I think is really terribly unfortunate, and we have to think about, I think very seriously about the people who are living here now, but think about what this development can do for people yet to arrive here who need housing and would be thrilled to tap into a community like Newton with an income restricted unit. That means a lot to me, and I'm hoping that somehow we can address this variety of concerns and still get those 3 inclusionary units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Golden. Councillor Farrell, anything? It's an offer, it's not a command.
No, thank you, Chair. I too would like to compliment all of the residents for their participation in this process over many weeks. And then say I am in complete agreement with all of the issues that have been raised tonight, and look forward to a response by the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. I'm going to wrap up comments of my own. We're going to go to Councillor Irish, but I see one other member of the public has raised her hand. Laura O. Want to be sure, and we are going to keep the public hearing open, so this is not the only opportunity. Laura O. Just give us your name and address, please. Laura, I think you can unmute yourself now. Is that true, Curtis? Oh, Laura, not sure. Do you know how to unmute yourself with the little red microphone on your Zoom screen if you click on that? Going to give you another minute, or not, I'm not really going to give you a minute, I'm going to give you a few more seconds to figure out how to work that out. Again, public hearing's going to stay open. You can write to us if you're not able to do this tonight. I'm going to make a few comments. We'll go to Councillor Irish. We'll give you one more chance. I guess, first of all, I do also want to thank the neighbors who have been really involved and careful and thoughtful in your comments, your participation, coming to meetings, attending the site visits. I want to remind most of you who are not at all the site visits that almost every single member of the Land Use Committee went to one or both of the meetings that was held, one the developers held, one some neighbors held. So there's been a lot of really good participation by this committee too. And a lot of that has been generated by the care that this neighborhood has shown for this project, so thank you very much. We've been over a lot of things that we still want to hear more about, and I'm just going to hit some of the points from me that I want to be sure we hear about next time too, but I'm sure that the transcript and the notes the developer has taken will be more comprehensive than mine. These are just some points. I think we need more details on the trash and snow removal, as has been pointed out. The results of soil testing, I know the developer has done some, but I know there's still concern over what some of the subsurface, perhaps some of the fuel that some of the previous Lupien trucks may have, dropped through that soil and into that groundwater. Some soil testing results will be helpful. A landscaping plan for sure. A plan to show some alternatives with fewer curb cuts. I'm one of the people who does think there are too many curb cuts and driveways along this street for many different reasons. I think it would just be helpful for us all to look at alternatives to that, as well as has been suggested, and I'm not sure I'm a proponent of it, but we need to see what it would be like to reduce some of those units, less density. Let's just look at alternatives. I'm a landscape architect and site planner by training, and that's how we arrive at a solution. We come up with a lot of alternatives, we weigh them, we consider them. Why I'm hesitant is something that Councilor Roach and Councilor Golden mentioned. I would not be in favor of losing that additional IZ unit. I think that adding more affordable units to Newton is one of the really important goals that we've got set here. And I like the idea one of the members of the public mentioned about could you trade off more smaller IZ? I think there's some regulation around that where you can't do those smaller and less than the other ones, but I think we need to see some alternatives here. Like basically that reduced density alternative. And again, I would hate to lose the IZ unit, but I think that's something we're going to have to think about here. I'm going to go to Councilor Irish last because this is in her ward and she's going to maybe make some comments and also make a motion to keep the public hearing open and to hold this item. Councilor Irish.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to had a similar comment about what one of the members of the public, the suggestion to look at some alternatives around the IZ around smaller units. And I don't know if this is a question for planning, but how that would be I believe that all of the units are 3-bedroom. If there's a way to make 2 bedrooms or a mix, that might be another way to, I don't like the fact of losing inclusionary zoning, but if there's a way to be more creative and retain that, I would love to see more thoughts about that. So thank you for suggesting this sort of a creative approach to this that worth a second look.
Well, maybe some of the market rates are the smaller units.
Yes,
right. That we're
correct.
not going to make the IZ units the smaller ones.
Correct.
But a little more variety might be possible here. Go ahead.
No, well, thank you for the clarification. And that's it. Again, a mention of the path, which I don't need to say, but that is a top priority for this neighborhood, and the density and the safety and all the other concerns. So thank you all. And as you noted, Chair, this community has really come together and been very reasonable and great, and thankful for the participation and listening by the petitioner. And I hope this process moves smoothly and quickly ahead. Thank you. And I'd like to make a motion to keep the public hearing open and to hold.
Let's just give Laura O one more chance to speak tonight while we're all here. Laura O, can you just try that one more time to unmute yourself? I believe that our clerk has given you that opportunity. Okay, next time, if someone knows who you are, they'll come help you with Zoom, if that's the problem. Let's go back to Councilor Irish's motions. I'm all in favor of keeping the public hearing open. Please say aye. Aye. That sounded unanimous. Everyone in favor of keeping this item on hold, say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? No one is abstaining. All right, we will see you again, Mr. Morris and Mr. O'Leary. I want to also thank the people who are here for the other docket items, for you enduring these two longer items before yours. The Kenwood Ave one is up next, number 164-26. Request to allow a combination of retaining walls exceeding 4 feet in height and to amend special permit number 211-21 at 43 Kenwood Ave. And again, we'll hear from Ms. Berman from planning, and then you, sir, can present your side of it. Ms. Berman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully everyone can see that. We have here petition 164-26, which again is a special permit site plan approval to allow construction of a series of retaining walls with a combined height of over 4 feet and to amend special permit 211-21. In terms of the neighborhood context here, an aerial map of the site, which consists of a 10,610 square foot lot that's improved with a single family dwelling that was constructed in around 1890. The subject property is located in a single residence 2 district and is abutted by similarly sized lots improved with similar single family residences. The existing topography of the site slopes upward from the rear lot line towards Kenwood Avenue from a low elevation of 130 feet at the rear lot line to a high elevation of 150 feet. The site includes an existing retaining wall to the south of the dwelling and a small boulder retaining wall at the southwestern corner of the site. In terms of the zoning relief, the petitioner proposes to construct a series of bluestone and boulder retaining walls at the rear of the property within 25 feet that exceed 4 feet in height, and this does require relief. If this petition is approved, they will need to also amend special permit 211-21. In terms of criteria to consider, that the site is an appropriate location for the series of proposed retaining walls over 4 feet in height, that the series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height will not adversely affect the neighborhood, that the proposed series of retaining walls will not be a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, that access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved. Specifically for retaining wall relief, that the lot presents challenging topography, which limits the use of the property such that it could not be improved without the implementation of a series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height, that the proposed series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height will not, whoops-a-daisies, adversely impact the adjacent property, the neighborhood, or the public, and finally that the proposed series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height is the minimum structure necessary to allow a subject property to be reasonably utilized. In terms of some comments from the planning department, that the proposed site series of boulder and bluestone retaining walls address the approximate 15-foot slope that descends towards the rear lot line to allow greater use of the rear yard. The series of retaining walls have an approximate height of 10 feet in certain locations and a total increase in impervious surface area of approximately 327 square feet. The petitioner will maintain an existing linear and curved retaining wall at the northwest corner of the site, which ranges from 1.5 feet to 3.8 feet in height, as well as an existing stairwell retaining walls along the rear and sides of the primary dwelling. If approved, the petitioner will again need to amend that special permit to 211-21, which granted relief for increasing nonconforming FAR and third story and to waive certain dormer provisions. The proposed exterior work does not impact the relief provided, but an amendment is required to include the additional relief. Planning also notes that based on the site plan, there appear to be mature trees in the rear yard, and the department reminds the petitioner that a tree permit prior to the issuance of a building permit is required. Finally, residential dwellings to the left and right abutting 43 Kenwood Avenue have similar topographical changes and include retaining walls to address the slope of the rear yard areas. As such, the retaining walls proposed for 43 Kenwood Road are not dissimilar to the neighboring properties that utilize the same structures. That concludes the planning presentation. I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from the petitioner. Again, thank you for your patience. You've been here a long time, and so have the other people. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you for your time as well, because we're here for you. My name is Christopher Patsky. I'm a landscape architect with the McDowell Company. We're representing Martha and Mark Fishman. Martha's here in the room tonight. Basically, what we did was we are looking at a site that has as mentioned, a severely sloped rear yard that the Fishman can't use safely. The other issue that we're looking at is with that steep slope, there's a significant issue of erosion. Erosion is coming down the slope and pushing against an existing fence that's there now and pushing it into the neighbor's yard. So in order to address those two things, what we What we suggested to the Fishman was to use a series of boulder retaining walls that are made of a natural material that sort of blend in with the landscape, rather discreet, and weave these boulder retaining walls into the landscape to maintain the mature trees. The Fishmen really want to keep the mature trees. It creates a forest-like atmosphere for them. So these boulder retaining walls then will be backfilled at the back of them to sort of arrest the water that's coming down the slope, get a little bit more infiltration. This will also allow the Fishman's dog Kala, who has adventures down in this area, to be able to use the back of their yard, and will allow the Fishmen to sort of be able to take strolls through the existing forest that's there. So that addresses really the lower part of the slope. The upper part of the slope was trying to make a space for the humans. So what we did was we created a nice space for Martha and Mark to have a garden terrace that also addresses the issue of infiltration, erosion, and livable space. So that's the project in a nutshell. As I mentioned, we're weaving around existing trees. I think there's only one small caliper tree that is proposed to be removed.
Do you have any visuals for us to look at of what this terracing and patio and maintenance of trees and planting looks like?
I did, and there was a little bit of confusion as far as what I could present in the chamber and whether that would be, submitted to planning or what have you. I did have supporting materials that I'm a little old-fashioned, I guess. I expected to have kind of a board and be able to present that in a little bit more of an oldie-timey way.
Did you submit any of those to the planning department ahead of time?
I don't believe that we submitted character images of the retaining walls to the planning department.
I think it would be very helpful, at least for me, to see a visual of what you're talking about, especially when you've got a series of retaining walls and terraces and one wall up to 10 feet high. I think some kind of visual would help me. Ms. Berman, do you have anything that would help us visualize the proposal here?
I would be glad to share my screen. I have a proposed site plan I can pull up.
But there's not like a rendering and a landscape plan or anything like that that you received?
I do not have a
Colored.
rendering.
Okay.
No.
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
Would you?
Yeah, I wish planning
apologize.
had mentioned to you that you could bring things like this for your presentation in the chamber tonight.
I do, like I said, I do have it on a laptop. It was.
Do you have your laptop here?
Yes.
Oh, you can share your screen. We'll let you do that.
Okay. I also have a thumb drive with the material on it. I'm not sure what's easier. Maybe the thumb drive might be easier. I'm sorry? Okay.
Yes, we like visuals. Words spoken and written are helpful too, but on something like this that involves, in a way, so much grading change, it will help us. Trying to think how we can be productive while he sets it up. I don't think we can be.
I'm sorry.
One of 3 Ward 6 petitions we have before us tonight, Councillor Roach. You might need to join the Zoom meeting in order to do that, or is that what the clerk just told you? Okay. And your last name is Patsky, so we can find you that way?
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry, could,
I appreciate you being flexible here, and I don't want you to get all frazzled.
no worries. Could someone help me with a meeting ID?
Meeting ID, oh, it's on the, do we have a spare copy of the agenda we can give him? So he can sign in with that?
I had the sheet, I just lost it at the moment. Thank you. Can you please read that?
873
Ms. Berman, did you have a chance to meet with these petitioners or with this landscape architect before tonight's meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, we conducted our standard development review meeting, and we've had many communications regarding this project.
But he was not aware he could bring visuals tonight.
Nope, that was made. That was actually provided in the NewGov application and instructions for what would the petitioner would be welcome to do at the meeting.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Katie Wewell. We do provide instructions to all applicants on how they can join the meeting, what they can present, and try to make that transition a little smoother. So we are consistent in providing that guidance.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, perfect.
I would really love it if we could, this is not a very complicated project, so I don't want to hold this and have you come back. That's why I'm trying to give you the chance to give us what we need tonight so we can be done with it this evening rather than continue this for another few weeks. Though none of us really like being here after 10, including you people, I'm sure.
So, need to share. I'm not sure whether I have that right now.
You should be a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Thank you, Councilor Roach, for your tech assistance there at the podium. I don't want to.
There we go.
Hmm?
Great. Thank you. It takes a village. So this gives you some idea of.
And if you can speak into the microphone too.
Sure. This gives you some idea of the existing conditions, a steep slope in this area. and then
Very
the existing
tiny
steps and
pictures.
wall that are being removed.
Is the mic still on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep.
So what I'm asking for is there a plan showing the terracing and the walls and the planting so we can see what it is you're proposing here?
Sure.
But thank you for this, though they're tiny and hard to see on the screen.
Okay, so this gives you, oh, sorry. This gives you some idea of the stone slab steps that we're looking, that we're proposing. This wall gives you a little bit of an understanding of the boulder walls that we're proposing. The tallest boulder wall is about 3 feet 9 inches tall, and then they are lower in elevation and other parts of the project.
Is there a plan that shows how these relate to each other and the proposed patio? And I thought I had read that one of them at the tallest series is 10 feet tall. No, that's not correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
It's, so that's the technicality of having, I believe the technicality of having a series of
series.
walls that are close enough to each other that are counted as one. But again, the tallest boulder wall is 3 feet 9 inches tall.
Thank you.
And the tallest architectural wall is 3.5 feet tall. So,
There's a plan. Yep.
sorry, I'm trying to get that out of the way. So here you have some idea of those retaining walls at the back and how they weave among existing trees. Where my cursor is now, I'm not sure if you can see that on the screen, that's the tallest boulder retaining wall at 3 feet 9 inches. And then as they travel across the landscape, they're much shorter. But what they do is they create level areas that again catch the rainwater and allow for circulation throughout the lower portion of the site. So that's all really lower in the woodland area, and then above that there is the terraced garden area. So there's a paved, bluestone paved terrace, some steps up to an existing lawn. These walls, which are more architectural, they'll match the walls at the front of the residence, and I can show you an image of that. They are 3.5 feet tall. So let me go down to the images quickly. This is the existing wall that they have at the front of the residence, and that's what we will be using as that more architectural wall at the garden terrace.
If you just switch while you're still here, back to the plan, the large mature trees in the back that have been talked about, you say all or most of them will be retained. Can you put your cursor on them so we can see where and what those trees are? If you could identify them for us, that would be helpful too.
Sure. So they're screened back, but you can see there are a series of trees that are in various calipers throughout the site, and the elevation of the adjacent grade will be sort of at the root base for these existing trees. Is that helpful? Are you?
Can you identify the caliper and the type species of those trees? I can't tell by looking at the plan.
I don't have them listed on a plan.
You can come to the microphone and be part of this if you have the answer and he does not.
No, it's fine. It says, I'm a tree.
Did you speak into the microphone and give us?
Tree, and I'm Martha Fishman. I live at 43 Kennedy.
Hi.
For 40.
Into the microphone, thanks.
We've lived there for 35 years. So yeah, my father's whole family are florists and planters, so I'm obsessed with plants. There's beautiful trees back there, mostly maples, sugar maple, Norway maple, hemlock. We planted when we first moved in some river birches, which have grown really well. So and there's some yews that are less large. And then the only ones they know, I drive them crazy because we walk around and look at all the trees, and they know that all the walls have to be far enough away from the base of any of the larger trees. So the only smaller tree that we're going to have to take down is one we planted about 5 years ago. That's a dogwood, Coosa dogwood. So that's what's back there.
Thank you.
And then the other thing, I mean, just to point out, the problem is now it's all dirt. We had plantings back, it's really steep, and we had mountain laurel and plantings there that did not do well, and all the dirt's just washing down. So the hope is by terracing it gradually, we can replant it, and then it'll stay instead of washing down. That's the main intent.
Okay, thank you. All set then? I'm sorry to have dragged you through all that.
No,
Bless you.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. It's probably too late to find for any members of the public to speak, but let's just see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak. Sorry? Yeah, see that. Anyone else?
Sorry, I just wanted to say I did speak to, our two neighbors, the Kolodnys and the Oliphants, who live below, along where, at the bottom of the slope. I brought the plans to them, and we reviewed them all, and they had suggestions, and they're happy about it. And then the neighbors on either side of us, I've brought the plans over and showed them, and they've given feedback, so.
I'm glad you did that. I'm sure we're all glad you did that. What's really helpful is for them to let us know that they've done this. But so it's another thing just to be aware of if you ever have to come before a body, like to have the neighbors write a letter or an email or something like that. But thank you. I don't see any members of the public. Councilor Maliki, are you considering yourself a member of the public? Would you like to speak before we bring it into committee? Because your hand is raised. Go ahead.
I can go after committee.
Okay, let's take it into the committee. Anyone have any comments? Questions? Councilor Roach, your ward.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Move to close the public hearing and move approval.
Let's hear from Councilor Maliki, and then we'll do that. Councilor Maliki, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not clear from the plans here where the walls are in relation to the trees, but if that sort of curved double line is a wall, or some of these other things that look like little bugs next to each other, which I guess are the boulders, if it looks like they're building walls well within the drip line of some of these very large trees, and even if you're not, you think you're staying away from the roots enough, presumably if you're building walls, you're maybe building up the grade above the walls, and that's not going to be good for those trees. And I'm wondering if you have an arborist involved in this already, who has said this will, because building up the soil, you're depriving the roots in that area of oxygen. And have you had an arborist weigh in on this?
No, my background is in horticulture. I'm not an arborist, but my degree is in horticulture, and I also have a master's degree in landscape architecture. To address where the existing trees are, these sort of screened circles, those are the existing trees. The canopy is shown with the outline around them. These walls here, or these symbols here, are the boulders themselves. And when we're talking about a boulder retaining wall, we're not talking about something that it doesn't have a footing. It's not something that gets cut into the ground. It will be set on on a stone or a sand base, but it's not something that's hard, that's cutting into the roots. As far as the backfill is concerned, the amount of soil that's there that is being backfilled over roots is really contained to kind of the uppermost boulder gives you, so it's small areas of backfill that are that will be on top of the tree roots. It is, if we were doing sort of more backfill on over existing trees, I think it would be an issue. But in this case, I think that the root systems are rather extensive for these old growth trees, and the manner in which the boulder walls are being constructed as something loose that does not cut into the roots, and the amount of backfill that we're putting behind the walls, I don't think will negatively impact the trees to a point that it would affect their health.
Are you saying these are dry stone walls that are sitting on the surface of the soil and they don't have footings, they don't go below the grade at all? They're just backfilled dry stone walls?
They are dry stone walls. They will probably be embedded into the soil maybe 5 to 6 inches at the most, just so that there's a stable base. But it's not like you're building a mason. When you think of retaining wall, you think of a masonry wall with a footing to frost and mortared in place. That's not what we're looking at here. And we discussed that as with engineering so that they could understand that it was really, it's a retaining wall retaining soil, but it's a permeable construction.
Okay, Councillor Maliki, do you want to continue?
Well, you are going to need an arborist to provide a tree protection plan as part of your tree permit application. So I think it would maybe be a good idea to get that taken care of before you finalize your plan.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? We do have a motion on the floor. Councillor Roach, want to remake your motion?
Is there anybody who can answer the question of whether we have to wait on the special permit application for the tree permit?
No, we do not.
Okay.
They're going to have to meet the tree ordinance.
Okay.
It's the same with the drainage issues, that we think about those things, but those are going to have to be handled later by the city engineer. The tree ordinance is going to have to be handled by the tree warden. They will need to get an arborist involved.
Okay, so we don't need to make that a condition.
We do not. It's an automatic condition.
Motion to approve. Close public hearing and approve.
I think all in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Let's look at the conditions that the planning department has got for us to look at.
I would just ask if the petitioner would mind stopping to share his screen.
Councillor Roach, can you help him with that? Good.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Or maybe Curtis did that. Thank you, Ms. Berman.
Patience.
Yep.
Hopefully everyone can see my screen here.
Yes, thank you.
So we have presented the draft order for 43 Kenwood Ave to amend special permit 211-21 to allow for the construction of a series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height, located within 25 feet of each other. And here we have the findings. Under item 1, that the site is an appropriate location for the proposed series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height, as they allow for greater use of the rear portion of the site. Item 2, that the proposed series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height will not adversely affect the neighborhood because the series of retaining walls are located in the rear of the property and are not readily visible from the street. Item 3, that the proposed series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height will not be a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians because they are located at the rear of the site and do not affect parking or pedestrian traffic. Item 4, that access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved. Item 5, that the lot presents challenging topography, which limits the use of the property such that it could not be improved without the implementation of the retaining walls over 4 feet in height to utilize the rear of the site. Item 6, that the proposed retaining walls over 4 feet in height will not adversely impact the adjacent property, the neighborhood, or the public, as it is located at the rear of the property and is not really visible from the street. And item 7, that the proposed retaining walls over 4 feet in height are the minimum structures necessary to allow the subject property to be reasonably utilized and provide structural stability for the proposed terrace at the rear yard. We have here the petition number, the petitioner, and I always request if the petitioner is present to just confirm these details. Sometimes we do catch a minor error here. The address of the owner. We have here the relief granted under this special permit to allow a series of retaining walls over 4 feet in height, and also the relief that will be carried over under special permit 211-21 with this amendment. Again, these are prior relief that was granted for the site. And this stipulates that this order will be an amendment. And finally, the conditions, your standard plans condition, your standard building permit condition under item 2, and finally, your standard certificate of occupancy condition under item 3. Happy to go back and review any of this, so asked.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. I'm just going to add that though I'm going to vote in favor of this, and I think the look of the walls is very handsome and kind of natural. I'm really hoping that you have consulted a structural and/or civil engineer, because I'm a little worried about the construction of these walls and how they will shift over time as earth shifts, and I would hate for them to come tumbling down. So you might, before building them, just want to really be sure about that. Okay, let's take a vote. Roll call, please.
Counselor Block?
Aye.
Counselor Farrell? Aye. Counselor Golden? Aye. Counselor Irish?
Aye.
Counselor Kelly?
Aye.
Counselor Leary?
Aye.
Counselor Lucas?
Aye.
Counselor Roche?
Aye.
The motion to approve passes 8-0.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good night. Okay, moving right along. Number 165-26, which is a request to further extending non-conforming FAR at 104 Eldridge Street.
I'm just pulling up the presentation here.
Thank you. Zach Melcher from Planning will give us his summary of this project.
Oh, hold on a sec.
Finally, something in Ward 7.
Okay. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes,
the
thank you.
presentation?
Yep, we can.
Okay. Great. Good evening. My name is Zach Melcher, Planning Associate for the City of Newton. I'm presenting petition number 165-26 for 104 Eldridge Street, which is a special permit to construct an attached garage, further extending the non-conforming floor area ratio. The property is located in a single residence 2 district and is improved with a single family dwelling constructed circa 1875. The surrounding properties consist of single family, 2-family, and multifamily dwellings, so a mix of residential uses. The petitioner is requesting relief to further extend the non-conforming FAR. Specifically, the FAR will increase from 0.56 to 0.60, where 0.38 is the maximum allowed. The proposed attached garage will replace the storage area underneath the deck and a portion of the basement. And per section 1.5.5.1.v, attached garages are included in FAR calculations, which means that the proposed attached garage is included in the FAR for this project. And for the criteria, we have the proposed addition, which further exceeds the non-conforming FAR, is consistent with and not in derogation of the size, scale, and design of other structures in the neighborhood. And the proposed increase in non-conforming FAR is not substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure is to the neighborhood. For the analysis, although the non-conforming FAR will increase, the proposed attached garage is within the footprint of the existing building. And like I mentioned, the garage will replace existing storage area under the deck and a portion of the basement. Additionally, the work proposed does not change any of the existing setbacks, and it does not modify any of the existing nonconformities, which include height, stories, lot coverage, and open space. And that wraps up the planning presentation for 104 Eldridge. I'll return my screen back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Melcher. Is anyone online here to present for the petitioner? Hopefully there is someone, whether it is the owners, Mike and Deborah Chen, or someone else. Could you raise your hand if you're here to present on behalf of your applicant?
Yes, I am here. My name is David Clymans. Can you hear me?
Yes, what's your name again, sir?
David Clymans, Clymens. I'm here presenting on behalf of the owners, Michael and Deborah Chen.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. I'm go ahead and share my screen.
And what's your relationship to the project?
The Chens have hired me to construct a project, and getting through, the building department sent me to you guys.
So you're a
for special
builder
permit.
or a contractor or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
General contractor.
Just so, there we go. You're a GC. Good to know.
There we go.
We're
choose
not
to
seeing your
share
screen though.
entire screen. There we go. Sure.
Councilor Roach, could you
Yeah.
go to his house now?
All right.
Okay, here we go. We see your screen.
How much of it do you see?
Well, a photograph showing a
Okay.
porch and a car.
A photograph. This photograph is of the area, and I can't see it well.
It's
but
a porch and a red car.
Shows the deck and the porch that's wrapping around the house, and underneath of this is where we're planning on putting the garage. And I'll go to the I just wanted to show you a picture of where it's going, and can you see that one now?
It's the same image.
All right, yeah, just go back to show you another one. Same image?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Whoops, all gone.
Minute.
Aha. There's a
Site
plan.
All right. Now, I'm having difficulty seeing. You're actually seeing the plans, right?
Well, we are seeing a plan.
Okay, are you seeing any mouse moving?
Yes, it's jumping
Okay.
around.
Yeah.
Looks like a grading plan, and there's a north arrow.
Okay. I hope my mouse is moving in the right place. The existing drive comes in, and there's a deck and a porch
Thank
Right
you, we
there.
do see that. Yep.
where big black dots at.
Yes.
And that is the area where the garage is going to be constructed. The doors will be in the existing line of the existing deck. The garage itself is going to come in and take a portion of the existing basement and the area underneath the deck. We are not increasing the size of the footprint of the house. We're just using space that's underneath. We'll go back to, let's make sure I get this.
you ended the screen share, correct?
Am I back on screen share now?
No, it's gone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Madam Chair, this is Katie Wewell.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy to assist in sharing the plans. I have the application up. And maybe
Yes,
the
if you could, I'm just,
Thank you, Ms. Wewell. We would appreciate
problem.
that.
So I pulled up the site plan with a bit of a zoom in. I know they're pretty busy, but the applicant wants to take it from here with the proposed work, and I can do my best to guide what you're describing.
Mr.
Okay.
Clemens, can you see that, what she's got up on your screen too? Which is just what you were
Yes.
showing us. Great.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
And if I don't have any comments more on the site plan, I'd like to go to the architecturals. If you could bring those up, that shows the elevation and the
Okay.
this would be the elevation of where the pictures are at, and
Yes.
rather than the enclosure underneath the deck, there'll be 3 garage doors. The existing railing that is there now will be reconstructed in the same manner in which it actually we're saving it and reinstalling the existing railing. So the exterior of the house will remain the same, except the screening under the deck will become garage doors.
Is that a removal of grade there in front of that third garage door?
That the grade, these are the architecturals, and the architect had the grade at that point in his drawings, but it's actually it moves where it shows the retaining wall on the architectural plans is where the existing retaining wall is going to be reconstructed, and it's on the site plan. The architecturals, this elevation of the architecturals has the
Okay.
yeah.
So that's section, and anyway, go ahead.
All right. We can go back to the picture. I really don't know what else to comment on other than we're using existing space underneath of a house to put in a garage.
Alrighty, thank you. We'll see if there's any public comment, any comments from any of the neighbors. I don't believe we've received anything. Mary Lee Belleville.
Mary Lee Belleville, 136 Warren Street. I think it's a beautiful house, and I think that what's being proposed looks great. It doesn't deter from the house at all, and I think you should approve it.
Thank you, Ms. Belleville. Any other public comments? I don't see any. We'll quickly take this into committee. Councilor Lucas, followed by Leary.
Mr. Clymans, how
Yes.
big is the garage that's going to be attached to the home?
It's in the application, but it is 3 stalls, and if you bear with me, I can.
Councilor Lucas, are you asking for the size of each stall or the
No,
entire garage?
the size of the garage. Councilor Roach?
I'm opening up the FAR now, and just
586 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
33 and a half by just under 20.
All right,
Under 20.
thanks.
Thank you.
All set, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although this is technically in Ward 7, it's right on the line. It's actually right kind of my Underwood area. I also think, initially I was like, there's a lot of density there, but it's a beautiful building. I think it's a nice project, and I really don't have any problem with it, so I would support it.
Councillor Golden, this is your ward. Would you like to say anything about it or make a motion?
I support the project. I move we close the public hearing and vote to approve the project.
Thank you very much. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
That sounded and looked unanimous. We have a motion to approve. Let's take a look at the conditions. Mr. Melcher.
Okay. Here I have the draft order of conditions for 104 Eldridge Street, which is a special permit to construct an attached garage that will further exceed the maximum floor area ratio. The first finding is the site is an appropriate location for the proposed attached garage that will result in an FAR of 0.60, where 0.38 is the maximum allowed as of right, and is consistent with and not in derogation of the size, scale, and design of other structures in the neighborhood, as the addition is within the footprint of the existing building. And number two, the proposed attached garage that will further extend the non-conforming FAR to 0.60 is not substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure is to the neighborhood, because the proposed construction will not alter the existing non-conforming height, stories, lot coverage, and lot area, and the existing compliant setbacks. And then we have information about the petitioner and the property owner, as well as the relief that's being granted. The plan referencing condition, the standard building permit condition, and the standard certificate of occupancy condition. And that sums up the draft order of conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Melcher. We can now take a roll call vote on it.
Councillor Block?
Aye.
Councillor Farrell? Councillor Golden? Councillor Irish?
Aye.
Councillor Leary?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Roche?
Aye.
And Councillor Kelly?
Aye.
The motion is approved 8-0.
Yay.
Thank you.
It's going to be beautiful. Next and last project, our final one of the night, and our final one from Ward 6, item 166-26, request to exceed FAR and facade ratio at 19 Saxon Road. Mr. Melcher, this is also you, correct?
Yes, I have this one as well.
Take it away.
Yep. This is petition number 166-26 for 19 Saxon Road, which is a special permit to construct a detached garage and rear addition to the dwelling, which exceeds floor area ratio and residential facade ratio. Sorry, there we go. The property is located in a single residence 2 district and is improved with a single family dwelling constructed in 1912. And surrounding properties consist of 2 and 2.5 story single family homes. The petitioner is requesting relief to exceed FAR and residential facade ratio. The FAR will increase from 0.33 to 0.41, where 0.34 is the maximum allowed. And the facade ratio will increase from 54% to 65%, where 60% is the maximum allowed. And for the criteria, the proposed addition, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, sorry, I was just having an issue with the presentation. There we go. The proposed addition and detached garage, which exceed the floor area ratio and facade ratio, are not in derogation of the size, scale, and design of other structures in the neighborhood. The site is an appropriate location for the addition and detached garage, which exceeds FAR and facade ratio. The proposed addition and detached garage, which the FAR and facade ratio as developed and operated will not adversely affect the neighborhood. There will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, and access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved. For the analysis, the existing dwelling presents as 2.5 stories. However, the midpoint of the basement is slightly higher than the average grade, which results in a 3.5 story structure. The basement level is considered the first story, which means that the proposed rear addition counts as 2 stories and therefore contributes to FAR and facade ratio. Also, the massing is divided between the 2 buildings, and the height of the building will slightly increase from 33.7 to 34.2 feet, and the number of stories remains unchanged. Finally, the proposal complies with all other zoning requirements, including setbacks, lot area, lot coverage, and open space. And with that, I will return the screen back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Melcher. Is the petitioner or someone representing the petitioner here to speak about it? I think I saw Michael Rivkin join. Is it you, Mr. Rivkin, or someone else who would like to speak to this proposal?
Yes, my name is Richard Levy. I'm from RBL Architects. I'm representing Michael Rivkin and Haya Maiman, the owners of the property. Unfortunately, Michael was called away actually to go to the emergency room tonight.
I'm actually back in here, Rich.
Oh, Michael.
I
Good.
saw him come. I'm glad you're healthy, Mr. Rivkin, and welcome, Mr. Levy. Take it away.
I will. So I'll share my screen.
Yes, please do.
Do you see the floor plans up?
Not yet.
How about the survey?
Nope. Nothing.
Madam Chair, I have them up. Do you want me to pull them up?
Miss Wewell to the rescue again. Yes, please.
Figured I'd be ready. You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Levy, you see that?
Yes. So this represents the existing floor plans. The lower plan is that existing lower plan. The existing first floor plan represents an existing deck, which is going to be replaced with a single-story addition from the front, and the garage is going to be located on the left-hand side of the property, a detached garage. And again, the addition in the back, which is where our facade ratio issue comes in, is really only a single-story structure from the front of the house, but is counted as a 2-story structure because of the way the property grade is from the rear. And part of the issue with the FAR is that the entire basement counts towards the FAR calculation because the basement is counted as the first floor from an FAR standpoint. If we had a sort of a normal walkout basement where we were only counting 50% of the FAR, we'd only be looking at 186 square feet of relief for floor area. Going back to the design, the garage is a 500 square foot 2-car garage with a small rear entrance, allowing the owners to park in the garage, come out of the rear entrance, which you can see in the rear elevation of the upper left plan, and then come into a mudroom that's located in the new four-season room that replaces the existing deck that's in the back of the house. You can go back to the floor plan, Katie, which is, yes, and scroll down. As you can see, the garage on the lower plan, garage has a rear entrance, storage area, a small walkway upstairs that goes into the mudroom and into the new four-season room in the back.
All set?
That's it.
Great, thank you. It was very clear, actually. We appreciate that. Excuse me, are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this? I see none. Everyone is in bed. Let's take it into committee. Councilor Roach.
So if I could just summarize that the current building is just under the maximum allowed, but that's largely due to the grade and the basement being included. That's number one. Number two, if we didn't include the basement, Mr. Levy, do you know, Levy, do you know if the basement were not included, would you be requiring a waiver of the floor area ratio?
If the basement was treated as a normal walkout basement, so we'd be at 50% of the basement FAR, we'd be looking at relief that went from that would the allowable FAR is 0.34. Our requested FAR would be 0.35.
Okay, and then the uses are a two-floor garage, a mudroom, which I believe all mudrooms should be allowed by right, and a four-season patio, right?
Single-story garage.
This is de minimis. I'm supportive.
Anyone else? If not, I agree with Councilor Roach. Before you make a motion, I'm going to say I think it's a really well done plan, Mr. Levy. Mr. Rivkin, I know this house very well and used to be friends with former owners, and I always wanted to live in this house. And I thought it was my perfect house. Not too much, not too little, and I think the design that you have is very appropriate and great, and I will be very happy to vote in favor of it.
Well, then let me move that we close the public hearing and move approval so you may have your moment.
My moment is all over. I just wanted to compliment them all. So a motion has been made to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was very unanimous. We have a motion to approve. Again, Mr. Melcher, let's look at the conditions.
Here is the draft order of conditions for 19 Saxon Road, which is a special permit to construct a rear addition and detached garage which exceed FAR and residential facade ratio. Finding number one is the site is an appropriate location for the rear addition and detached garage with a floor area ratio of 0.41 and facade ratio of 65% because the proposed addition to the dwelling is at a scale that blends with the existing neighborhood of single-family homes. Number two, the proposed rear addition and detached garage, which exceed the FAR and facade ratio as developed, will not adversely affect the neighborhood as the addition will be constructed within the footprint of the existing rear deck, and the detached garage complies with applicable dimensional standards in the zoning ordinance, including setbacks and height. There will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians because the proposed detached garage will be accessed via the existing curb cut. Access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved. The proposed rear addition and detached garage, which exceed the FAR and facade ratio, are not in derogation of the size, scale, and design of other structures in the neighborhood and are similar in scale to the existing homes in the neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed massing is broken up between two buildings, mitigating the visual impact of the additional square footage. And then we have information about the petitioner and property owner, as well as the relief that's being requested. First condition is the plan referencing condition, which includes the proposed site plans and architectural drawings. And then the standard building permit condition. And finally, the standard certificate of occupancy condition. And with that, I will return it back to the committee.
Thank you very much, and we can take a vote.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell, Counselor Golden, Counselor Irish,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Roche,
Because Counselor Kelly supports it, aye.
and Counselor Kelly.
Aye.
The motion passes 8-0.
Good night, everyone. We're adjourned. Let's.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
I was determined to end before 11. Let's not do this again soon.
Recording stopped.